morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can we please rise for the executive mayor? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, all councillors, municipal manager, all directors, and all supporting staff, members of the public who are joining our council meeting for June this morning, a hearty welcome to each one of you. This morning, we have Pastor Gerard with us, and he will do the honors to open our council meeting through scripture and prayer. Pastor, very welcome. We're happy to have you joining us here this morning, and we're looking forward to the word that you will be sharing with us as a council. Over to you. Thank you, Pastor.
Honourable Mayor and Deputy Mayor, Madam Speaker, councillors, as we would say, brothers and sisters, it is a privilege to be with you. I hope you can appreciate that. For me, being in a room like this, it's quite intimidating. It's like entering a throne room. But it's a privilege to be with you and to do this morning scripture reading and prayer. Paul writes in Philippians 1, verse 9, what he prays for other people, so that they can also pray it for themselves and for the people around them. This is my prayer, he writes, that your love may overflow more and more with knowledge and full insight to help you to determine what is best. When we love, we really know. And when we love, we can better determine what is best. And the invitation of this morning, as I hear that you are taking leave for a couple of weeks and have time to rest, is you can pray this prayer for yourself. In our families, in any relationship, in our workspace, when we love, we can better determine what is best. And there's a lot to say about love, but we'd rather pray this morning. But maybe just two thoughts. The next chapter, Paul writes a poem about Jesus. And he begins the poem with these words. He didn't regard his equality with God as something to be exploited for himself, but he took on the form of a servant and he emptied himself. And another thought, when John writes about Jesus, he says, he is full of grace and truth. And we know in our families, in any relationship, there has to be both grace and truth. If you only have grace, you don't have love. If you only have truth, you don't have love. It's in that tension. And the invitation is we can pray. We can ask God to fill us so that our love can grow, so that we can determine what is best. Can I invite you to pray this prayer with me this morning? Our Father, may our love overflow more and more in knowledge and insight, so that we can determine what is best. in our everyday lives. As these servants of you take leave and have a well-earned rest, let your love fill them. Bless them, their families. Bless this time of rejuvenation and just being human. Help them to escape some of the pressures that they live on under every day, and bless them. And Father, as leaders and servants, we bring our town before you. Thank you that you love Mossel Bay, that you love every person, that you know their struggles, their fears, their joys, their celebrations, their health, their living conditions. May we be channels, make us channels of your love. May our love overflow to the glory of your name, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Gerard, for blessing us this morning, and also for again reminding us of the love of God, for we cannot do without it. We are blessed, and yes, indeed, Council is looking forward to the recess period. We will have a few days where we will go and rest, also just to ensure that we take care of ourselves, come back and continue to serve our beautiful town. Please keep on praying for our council, our municipality, and our town. And thank you so much for your time this morning. You're welcome to join the council meeting and take a seat in the gallery. But we also understand that pastors do have busy schedules, so you're more than welcome to also excuse yourself. God bless you.
Good, Madam Speaker. If you will excuse me, I'll appreciate that.
You're more than welcome.
God bless you.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much, Pastor. Thank you, Executive Deputy Mayor, for taking your seat. Also, Councillor Gous has joined. Very welcome. Thank you so much. We then have our attendance register circulating. We have received apology from Councillor Gwaza, who is sick. So there's leave of absence for Councillor Gwaza, and then also an indication of Councillor Barker, who's absent. She has also tendered her apology. Just for the administrator to note that. Do we have any other apologies?
Madam Speaker, yes. Councillor Annick Jansen van Rensburg also has an apology, but I think she will be joining us electronically.
Virtually. Thank you very much, Council Whip. Councillor Jansen van Rensburg, welcome to you. She's joining us online via Teams. I can see that she is present in the meeting. Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I was going just to say we have got two councillors which they lost their laptop and then they are just stuck. They're stuck out there in the IT. I don't know what we can do for them behind us. So the computers are stuck and then they don't want to function. I will just take to attention of that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Buddha, for bringing that to my attention. So they don't have a council agendas now. Is there any way that we perhaps can give them an agenda which they can share between the two of them if it's possible? Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Tertia will arrange that there's a council agenda for Councillor Mkonto and Councillor Machisini to share. Is that okay? Oh, good. Thank you. We then have the apologies. Municipal Manager, is there any apologies?
Speaker, just one more. Mr. Edward Jantjies, the Director Corporate Services, but Mr. Gutierrez is in his place.
Thank you. A warm welcome to Mr. Kutsia as the acting. We're taking note of that also. We are then on the agenda at Roman 4, the disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1, Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, Act 32 of 2000. Is there any councillor at this stage who needs to disclose anything?
Madam Speaker, at the item with Rudy Bond at number 22, I'd like to excuse myself. The additional items, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. When we get to that item, you're more than welcome to excuse yourself from the council meeting. Is there now any other councillor? Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, I just want to be excused when the council is dealing with my item. I think it's the last item on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Councillor Porter. You are indeed correct. I'm happy to excuse you at that item. Councillor Dabula.
Good morning, Speaker. I also want to excuse for that cover my item.
Thank you very much. We will excuse the two councillors then for that item. No any other disclosures by councillors. We are then at Roman 5 on the agenda. The disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5, Code of Conduct for Officials of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act, Act 32 of 2000, Municipal Manager.
Speaker, thank you. The only items that I'm aware of is E130 and E131, where I will excuse myself. Further, nothing else. Yeah.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. When we get to those items, the Municipal Manager will then excuse himself from the council meeting. Thank you. We are at Roman 6. So our councillors are sorted. Thank you very much, Tertia. Much appreciated. Roman 6, the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes. The minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, the 26th of May, 2022. Folios numbers 6468 to 849. Can I have a proposal that we take cognizance as is, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain.
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. We are then at the minutes of the special council meeting held on Tuesday, the 31st of May, 2022, folio numbers 849A to 1785. Is there, can I have a proposal for council to take cognizance of the minutes as is?
Madam Speaker, I will gladly propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Seconder, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My apologies. Can I just ask, do we have the agenda running? Mr. Kutsia, I'm just asking if you can please just confirm that to me, please. For all the members of the public that are joined virtually. Councillor Buddha, I see your light.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the meeting of on the 31st.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm reading on the 1781.
1781.
To 1785.
85.
Yeah, 1781 to 1785. I'm going to read now. Speaker, what we agree upon. The Speaker said the Speaker Alderman V. Fortain ruled that the Chief Official Officer distribute a breakdown of all allocation to the respective wards to the ward council. I want us to know whether that thing is done by the CFO.
By the CFO.
Secondly, Speaker, on the 1785, we are going to see the in the recommendation there resolved point number 5 and point number 6. I'm not going to read it, but it is said that the vacant post and then the service provider. Speaker, I'm interested in the 7A. When he said the municipality manager who will be the chairperson and a member of the mayoral committee and then or the councillor. Speaker, mine here. You can see the people from outside and the MM, no problem. And then one councillor from the NACO, from the DA. As a official opposition. We want to be observer here. We want to see the union involved here in this item, Speaker. That is our intent.
Thank you very much. We are then at the minutes of the 31st of May. So there's two questions, CFO. It was on page 1781 to 1785, the request with reference to the ward breakdown to be sent to all councillors. I have received that communication. It was sent out to all councillors. Can a municipal manager, would you like to confirm? Can the MM please, Councillor Porter, can we please have the MM? Then you can put on
Speaker,
the light,
no.
Councillor Porter.
Speaker, I think if there are any councillors who didn't receive the communication from the CFO, they must just make contact because he sent it out. He can confirm himself as well. And then if I can respond to the second, or you're first going to do this one. CFO, would you also like to respond?
No, it's just the Ronel send that out to all councillors.
That's correct. Yes.
Can I respond to this?
You may respond, MM, on the question around the committee,
Yeah.
where the ANC wishes to have a seat to observe.
I think under point 7, the selection panel is prescribed by the regulations councillors, and the unions are involved. They do have observer status, and it's not something which is done in committee. If another councillor wishes to observe the process, you are free to do so. Council, everything will in any case come back to council in the end to take the final decisions. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. If I have it correctly, then you're saying that it's open and any opposition councillor who wishes to attend such a meeting, they're welcome to do so. Councillor Buddha, does that cover your question? Councillor Mkuntu, can I have the light for Councillor Buddha, please? I just need to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, we welcome. We want to be part and parcel of this, the panel, so that it can be observed, so that it can be open to everybody, transparent. Everybody can be satisfied in this one. In this side, I don't know. In my computer, I didn't receive any breakdown of all words. As you know, in the previous meeting, we cried here. We said in our words, there is nothing in our word. That is why we're very serious about this thing. We want to see the breakdown of this thing. We want to see the word allocation to each of every director, how much is spent in our wards. We are going to follow up after this meeting. We want to make sure we are not going to sit here if we follow the public participation in terms of the IDP, and then we go outside in their own, and then later on, when we spend the money, there is no money in our wards. Really, it's not healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. I'm just going to request that Ronel resend you all that communication again, which was sent out to all councillors, because all councillors did receive it. Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Can I have the light of Councillor Mkuntu? You can keep your light on, Councillor Matisini. Councillor Mkuntu, any clarity on the minutes?
On this issue of CFO saying that they send out that breakdown to all the councillors, mine, the word for 15 is not there. And I did wrote the email to CFO. I just want the CFO to explain in this council why word for 15 was not there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matisini. Do you also have a question in that regard on the item? Can we just?
Yes, I do have a question there. On word 3, I can say there is nothing there, because all those things that is there at word 3, I think is the things of word 15. In our input, there's nothing for in our input there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dabula, do you have a question on the same item?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to, if you send for these issues our wards, it must also work for the copy, because in the center, this laptop, if you open the laptop, is not open like now we see now.
That's correct.
Yes. So I want for the copy,
yes,
so that all that issues I will see, even the man of the ward will see that, so that if you come to report in the public meeting, you see in the copy.
Because the laptop is not 100%.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Bola. His request is for hard copies of the ward allocations that was sent out. So, Councillor De Bola, I invite you to visit the office of Ronel after the council meeting. We will be able to give you a hard copy of that communication that went out. Then, Emmy, would you like to respond? There's just a question from Councillor Mkontu to the CFO with reference to the clarity around his ward. Thank you, Emmy.
Speaker, thank you. I think after the last council meeting, when this issue was raised, was tabled, we had a meeting with the ward councillors, 1, 2, 3, 15. Yeah. So we discussed the whole issue about the fact that as Edward said, there's nothing on the budget, the capital budget for this ward, and the resolve was that the councillors will send us their list again. And I can confirm that we have received a list from some councillors. Councillor Buddha, you must just give us a little bit more time because we need to disseminate everything, take it maybe to the maker, and then we will contact you again. So it is receiving attention as we speak, Speaker. Regarding the fact that some of the councillors didn't receive the mail, that's a bit concerning, and I think we will have to look at that to ensure that when the mails go out to councillors, all councillors must receive the mails. Yeah, we will definitely have a look at that. And as you've mentioned, councillors can go after the meeting to Ms. De Tooy, who will gladly supply you with the information. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, MM. That concludes the questions and discussion around the minutes and the support that will be given in order for all councillors to receive their breakdown. Thank you so much, Municipal Manager. We are then on the agenda. My apologies, Councillor Porter.
I've been giving my mic to someone else, but I thought you're going to give another opportunity.
You may proceed.
Speaker, mine is on not necessarily on the minutes, but it works hand in hand. Mine is on the electronic version of this council. I've been inundated with members of the public that has interest in what happens, what transpires in council. And the problem is with the translation. You will have our colleagues from the African National Congress that from time to time want to express themselves in their mother tongue. And when they do so, there's no translated version, let's say in Afrikaans and or English. And as a result, there's a gray area where a vast number of the community is then left aside in a particular point that has been raised in council. You may also at the very same time find out that you've got ANC members out there in a particular ward that wants to know what happened on that particular case where African people have spoken in their tongue, but there's no translation for them to understand. Mine is just to request for this council, when we deal with the translation, let us do so to satisfy everyone, because we are a diverse community in Mossel, as reflected in the country. And when we do service in that way, that we do it also in an equal way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very valid input there, Municipal Manager. You take note. Thank you, Councillor Porter. It's well noted. We are then on point 7 of the agenda. Cognizance of the Executive Mayors and Deputy Executive Mayors resolutions in terms of delegated authority as provided for in Section 591A of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems, Act 32 of 2000. We have the folio numbers in front of us. It's item FC 33 to FC 40. Item G22 to G25, item CS20 to CS23, item PE773 to PE89, items T22 to T26, item CG32 to CG36, and then UB31 to UB37. Can I please have a proposal that we take cognizance as is?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Delaman. Is there a seconder?
Yes, you do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. We have no questions on that. We are then at item 8 on our agenda. It is cognizance of the municipal manager resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per Council Resolution E27 of November 2008 as provided for in Section 591A of the Act on Local Government Municipal Systems 32 of 2000. We have the items there, GM 29 to GM 31. Can I have a proposal that council take cognizance hereof?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do have a proposal.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. We are then at the communications by the Executive Mayor, Alderman Dalkutse, and I now hand over the council meeting to our Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off today's announcements on a positive note with good news that Mossel-based Entrepreneurs Academy will go online today. Mossel Bay Municipality will, as of today, bring you a collection of world-class practical business courses to help you grow your own business. Mossel Bay Entrepreneurship Academy is an initiative to bring know-how to residents to empower them with the tools and skills to achieve what they want to achieve in business. The courses are designed to help entrepreneurs in a practical, hands-on way to start and grow their own businesses, whether as a student, startup, small business, professional practitioner, such as lawyers, doctors, accountants, engineers, artisans, farmers, and so forth. All courses are free of charge. It's also low bandwidth, so it doesn't take a lot of data. And I urge local entrepreneurs to visit the Mossel Bay Municipal website to enter the gateway to a better future through education. The best gift available to you is to invest in your education. Education and attitude creates opportunity. And many times, Madam Speaker, when I speak in the community, I will also ask our youth and entrepreneurs to grab each and every opportunity, and this is an opportunity. Make the best of the opportunity to prepare for the exciting challenge of entrepreneurship through the Mossel Bay Entrepreneurship Academy, where the courses are free of charge. On a less positive note, Madam Speaker, Mossel Bay must note and prepare for the worsening Eskom debacle. Like the rest of the country, Mossel Bay is suffering from the shortcomings of Eskom, the country's national electricity supplier. I want to start my announcements with an apology for the incidents earlier this week when the power kicked off immediately after the evening's scheduled load shedding and emergency teams had to work well into the night to restore the supply. I invite residents to regularly consult the municipality's social media, especially Facebook, often as notifications on service delivery issues are communicated on these pages as and when it happens. Social media and radio transmissions will also be used to communicate with residents in cases of prolonged outages. On Tuesday, Eskom has implemented Stage 6 load shedding. The implication of that Stage 6 doubles the frequency of Stage 3, which means that outages will be scheduled for 4 hours at a time. According to the Western Cape Ministry of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, the Chief Operating Officer of Eskom has indicated that when Stage 6 is implemented for 24-hour period, most people will find themselves without electricity for 6 hours on that day. Though importantly, that may be split into blocks of 2 hours. Speaker, then I can also just mention that we've discussed that also at the Min-May, and some of DDAT that work closely also with Eskom indicated that the actual time of concern is the months between September and next March. They're really concerned about that time period. But I think we all know that at this stage, obviously, there's a bit of a problem due to the labor differences within Eskom. The Municipal Electrical Department will only be able to reset circuit breakers at substations once the network loads are reduced For this reason, the municipality requests the cooperation of residents to switch off all non-essential equipment such as geysers and heaters, pool pumps, etc. before a scheduled load shedding, and not to switch it back on as soon as the electricity supply is restored. I urge you to rather wait a couple of minutes for the supply to normalize before switching on your equipment. And Madam Speaker, I do the same, and it's especially your stuff that makes cold and warm up. That's the stuff that draws a lot of electricity. And obviously we know that fridges are lately quite expensive, and they're also prone to breakages with this load shedding and the spikes and stuff that you experience right after a outage and when they switch it on again. It is anticipated that load shedding will continue for at least the rest of the week due to severe power system constraints, which are beyond the control of Mossel Municipality. This is due to a significant deterioration of Eskom's operations that has been exacerbated by the ongoing wildcat strike, which has led to associated losses due to coal and labor issues. There remain widespread fears about the likelihood that the power grid in its entirety may collapse despite assurances to the contrary. I want to reassure residents that the Mossel Municipality has extensive contingency planning and provides for this possibility. Detailed plans exist to ensure continued service delivery, especially for the water and sewerage services, street and storm water division, the IT data and telecommunications, traffic and community safety, supply chain management, and importantly, for personnel management. In the case of a prolonged electricity outages, the municipal personnel responsible to mitigate and manage all situations will immediately activate the load shedding committee to implement focal strategies, amongst others, to ensure the adequate generators are in place to supply pumping capacity to the sewerage water treatment plants, ensure the adequate storage is available for raw sewerage, ensure that sufficient potable water is available to communities and industry, and to ensure that strict water restriction measures, if necessary, should the need arise. It is also important to note that the Municipal Joint Operations Centre and Disaster Management Services will manage the outages according to the approved contingency plans. Meetings in this regard has already taken place and will continue going forward. In the event of traffic signals not working, the road marking team will place stop signals at identified intersections on the major arterial roads, and residents are requested to treat all intersections as four-way stop streets and to be extra vigilant. The municipality has fixed generators available at several sewerage pump stations, and a 40 kVA mobile generator will be available for the Vlei Street pump station to prevent possible spillages. The Hartenbos Wastewood River Treatment Works is equipped with 2 generators to supply the mixers and aerators. Emergency storage ponds will be activated for raw sewer overflow at the Hartenbos and Herbertsdale Treatment Works. By continuously monitoring the systems, the Streets and Stormwater Department will ensure that stormwater drainage systems are fully functional to accommodate possible overflows. Other sewerage pump stations will continuously be monitored by the fitters and electricians for possible overflows. The municipality has several service providers to augment the municipal honeysucker that in the event of spillages where overflows may occur or the level of raw sewerage has been detected to be a nature that could overflow. Then the town's water supply will be able to provide potable water for approximately 5 days. It is therefore advisable that residents stock up on bottled water. Municipal water reservoirs at the Sandhoogte, Tegniet, Vryuitsig, Langeberg, Suiderkruis, Klipkop, Vreemesheim, and the Kleinbrak River Water Purification Plant will be able to purify water. After 24 hours, water tankers will be dispatched to areas such as Kwarangaba, Hydrand, the Dana Bay, the Almeida, Pinnacle Point, Mossel Bay CBD, south of Marsh Street, Baseplaas, Herbertsdale, Bochums Bay, Vlees Bay, Nautilus Bay, and Masdastria. The municipality will augment the availability of water tankers through private sector providers. Fuel or essential municipal vehicles required during a prolonged power outage will be significantly fueled, and the non-essential vehicles will be used in an effort to conserve municipal stock fuel. So no non-essential vehicles will be used. Sorry. The technical staff inspects all fixed and mobile generators weekly. Recently, online purchases of prepaid electricity have caused problems nationwide, affecting Mossel Bay residents also. Soon residents will receive an extended list of all prepaid electricity suppliers for their convenience as part of a municipal newsletter. The Technical Service Department implemented 20 kVA rooftop photovoltaic system when 81 installed solar panels were activated. These offices now generate sufficient electricity to run these offices. The state-of-the-art telemetry equipment and systems used to ensure that the town's electricity, water supply and sewage systems operate optimally. And obviously we will continuously have to look how we can get some of our other main buildings also off the grid. While we obviously hope the contingencies will not be necessary, I urge residents to use electricity sparingly. We should be more vigilant and turn off equipment such as geysers, heaters, pool pumps when the electricity grid is constrained. Please also turn off sensitive electrical equipment before the announcement times for load shedding to protect your property, and don't switch it on immediately once the electricity supply was restored. We should prepare for the likelihood of prolonged power outages by ensuring that we have sufficient fuel in our vehicles, a fair supply of bottled water at home, an alternative source of energy such as gas to cook, a supply of non-perishable foods for at least 5 days, if not more, and alternative power supply or communications equipment where possible. Please ensure that you have the contact details of your neighbors and neighborhood watch groups. Alas, Mossel Bay Municipality has no control over Eskom electricity supply or the load shedding schedule. I understand the residents' frustrations at the escalating power outages. I get frustrated too. Please be assured that the Mossel Bay Municipality is doing everything possible to ensure and maintain a fully functional environment despite the many challenges. As a local government, a municipality is closest to the people, and I understand the residents often vent their frustrations at Eskom by blaming the municipality for poor service delivery. I can assure you that we have the most competent team, and I have every faith in our administration. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Executive Mayor, for sharing your communications and speaking this morning to the challenges that we are experiencing, and also setting out the plan as to how best the municipality will respond. I see the light of Councillor Porter and Councillor Fous. As per the rules, no questions on the Mayor's communications. However, I will allow Councillor Porter very shortly.
Thank you, Speaker. I note the point that you've raised in terms of the rules. It is critical for us on that one to understand when we deal as a council with issues that directly affect our public, our society, our community in general. Particularly on this one of electricity, which is in accordance to, I mean, the Constitution might be silent, but I think it's the Municipal Systems Act or one of these acts that that indicated that electricity is a basic need. It's a necessity, and you take it from cooking food to clean water, education, and social activities, and so on and so forth. That we must take this one serious, and if we don't, if you're not going to allow us, but I want to thank you for the opportunity. If it would not have been allowed, then it's senseless for the mayor to sit here and addressing us, not hearing the voice of our communities. You know, you can't only reflect on what is happening on social media. We are party representatives. We are representatives of a constituency out there, and we as councillors need to air our view.
Thank you,
Ours is to say,
you're gonna
yeah, ours is to say that you know, people are very, very disorientated and demoralized in the view of the mayor, particularly when it comes to the area of extension 13. You know, when electricity outages is out there, but you know, there are certain areas in our communities that is affected and certain not affected. Now, on the basis that electricity is a basic need and a necessity, it is critically important when we have defined electricity as a basic need, that one must not or cannot divorce this from the term equality. We as a municipality do have a fundamental role to make sure that when it comes to sharing service, that it must be done so that every corner of our town reflects equal. I know that there might be a number of reasons as to why the municipality or what the municipality indicate as areas of concern which might be out of the municipality's hands. But as a representative of a constituency, the mandate or the voice of our people out there is that the issue of what is this national key points, like your Petro essay. I mean, the mayor have written about silos of Petro essay. There are people that are staying next door to Petro essay, but they still have electricity outages, virtually on the fence of Petro essay, and that in itself cannot be cannot doesn't reflect true in the sense of what the community has been given. Then there are areas that are saying it cannot be fair. The municipality must make means to share equitably, to share equally. The area or the issue around taxpayers' money made our people feel that they are not taxpayers. We don't have only taxpayers in a certain area of the town. We have taxpayers across our town. And therefore, the emphasis on my point that I'm raising here at the Patriotic Alliance is that when we deal with the issue of electricity, I think we have to go back to the drawing board as council, and instead of only the mayor that pronounce himself on behalf of the municipality on the issue of electricity. My call is that we must get together as council, workshop the issue of electricity, the outages, and what we are confronted with in respect of our constituency outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porto. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank the Mayor for his assurances that this municipality is ahead of the curve, putting things in place that will protect us for spillage, raw sewage spillage, and to protect our water resources. So I want to thank him for that. I do also want to note, Speaker, that a few months ago, I did request that residents be informed of manners in which they can protect their appliances. I asked that information be disseminated because we hear a lot of complaints when we're outside there. And I don't think that has yet been done. So if it can be done as a matter of urgency on radio and even with pamphlets, I think that will assist residents greatly. And then I just want to concur with what Councillor Porter has said. If we can have some kind of workshop so that we know exactly, we've heard about the different lines and the feeders and that kind of thing. And I also understand that we cannot ask our municipal employees to physically reset things. I'm not sure what the right words are, and I don't want to say breakers, but I know there's racks that have to be pushed in and stuff like that, and that can be potentially very dangerous for them. So I understand that we want to work as far as possible with Eskom's, the way they're switching off. But I do hear the complaints out there with areas that are really struggling constantly without electricity. So if we can have a workshop in future regarding this rather urgently, we would appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyson. I'll allow you, please, very brief.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it seems that we do nothing. Madam Speaker was having several meetings here in this council explaining with the director, Dick, explaining to the people. Also with extension 13. And in this week, we was also visiting in Willie Street, how to help the people in that areas. So we go out, we do things. I hear about the workshop, it's good, but it seems that we do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alderman Poison. May I allow now for 3 inputs being made outside the rules.
Thank you.
But it's a sensitive issue. You've communicated a number of things, and I just want you to also just respond.
Yeah.
If you can. Thanks, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. Yes, obviously I agree with Councillor Porter in terms of the basic needs. In terms of equality, I don't understand the argument because this is not touching only one part of the community. There's all races are implicated on both sides. It's not only a certain area that's got electricity and the other not. Half of Heiderand has got, the Almeida has got. So there's of all racial groups, some of them has got or not. But I understand where you're coming from. I think it's, let's say if Eskom just switch off all the power plants in our town as they do in other towns, there won't be a problem. But now they don't, and now we must explain why the half of the people has got electricity and why not. Why must Eskom not explain? Is Petro SA still producing anything? Why do they keep them on? So there's arguments to be made, and maybe these questions should be asked to them. When we now, like I've mentioned, we want now to, because of Eskom only switching off some stuff, we want to now use ratepayers' money. There's not one person staying in South Africa who's not a ratepayer. We're all paying taxes. If it's VAT, if it's on fuel levies, it's not a certain race who pays tax. We all tax a bill as soon as you start buying stuff or as soon as you're over than a certain age. So I'm not alluding to a specific group of people when I'm referring to taxpayers. That's basically everybody who's paying for something in this town, they're paying tax. As soon as you start earning, you're paying tax. As soon as you buy anything, you're paying tax. So all people participating in our town, in the economy, they're all taxpayers. I understand that possibly the Gerikwa must stay on, but yeah, why can't they connect it somewhere else? I don't know. But if money must be spent now to move all these areas that goes to a specific power plant, to remove all that cabling of that areas and to go connect them to other place, I mean, that's ridiculous. Why don't Eskom just take their Petro SA or their Gerikwa and go connect it somewhere else? So that should be the question, because we're fighting amongst each other because the other entities not doing their work. And then the real question begs, why is this not a pandemic declared an issue? Why is there no command council sitting and fixing this thing? That's the real question. Not why is this part got electricity and why not that part? We're not switching it on and off. And that's my argument. Why do we not treat this as a pandemic? Because we're bleeding for each stage, 700 million rand for each stage. So when it's stage 6 today, this country bleeds 700 million rand times 6. So and for all the money we now don't have, obviously we need to go and lend it somewhere. So we're getting deeper and deeper into trouble. So I want us to fight with Eskom and to ask Eskom, why aren't they fixing the problem? Because there are solutions, but nobody's doing anything. So I want you and the council to also, we must fight with Eskom, not with one another. That's where the problem lies. When Eskom is on, there's no problem in town. We don't fight each other. There's no racial tension. But when Eskom go off, then there's a problem. And now we say this is your fault and that fault. And the community expect of the municipality to go and remove stuff and so forth. Our system is, and grid is designed, and when the system is on, it works perfectly fine. But now because one part has not been switched off, now we've got all these problems, and now we need to go back to the drawing board and spend money that we don't have. And then we will have even less money for capital projects, which our colleagues already complain about. So we just don't have money to waste. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thanks, thanks, Speaker.
Yes,
Very short from my side.
I'm not going to allow any follow-up questions, but in the essence of being also transparent, I will allow the Freedom Front Plus to just comment.
Thank you, Speaker. From the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we appreciate the fact that the mayor is always prepared to tackle the real issues, and this ESCOM is a real issue. The proposal from the Freedom Front's side is that we say that we as the council with our administration, we need to get rid of this ESCOM. We need to bring green energy to this town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. The request was that councillors should be informed, a municipal manager, with reference to perhaps having a workshop to also for all councillors to understand how the systems work and so forth. Do you think that would be possible? We will now be going on recess, but perhaps just to give councillors a better understanding in order to attend to the queries from the community. Do you think that would be possible? Raadslid Potter, kan jy liggie afsit asseblief?
Speaker, I think it's, in my view, I thank the mayor for the communication he gave us. I think it's very empowering, especially if we don't know what's going on. In my view, it's always good to have our councillors being well informed because they are the representatives outside. And if there are some of our councillors who feel they are not fully informed, we will have no problem. Mr. Naidu is very good in it to explain to council exactly how this load shedding thing is working. I can mention that from my side, my office side, Speaker, we had numerous communications in the media already and giving people the assurance that it's not the municipality. It's not the municipality. It's purely ESCOM who decide who's on and who's off. And yes, Speaker, so if councillors can indicate to us, we know you're going on recess now. This thing is looming now. It's not going to be in 2 or 3 years. It's looming now. We will be more than happy to present a workshop for the councillors who are interested to come in during the next 2 weeks or so on. By means, if they can maybe just send my office an email, by copy Mr. Naidu, we will definitely set something up. And just to respond to Councillor Gous also, it's a very good idea, Councillor Gous. We will definitely look into it, giving people hints on how to protect their appliances. We will between myself and Mr. Naidu, we will put something out here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm then concluding on this issue, and I'm at the communications by the speaker. I would like to thank the executive mayor and also the for being proactive. We were inundated with a number of queries following the issue around load shedding, and everybody went into a panic. And I'm fully aware that there has been a lot of work behind the scenes. So from my side, I would like to thank the municipality and the mayor for being proactive in that regard. We all are councillors, and the first point of contact from residents is the councillors. And I appreciate the fact that you're also indicating that we can somehow, through our communication, inform our communities, give them tips so that people can know, and also a municipal manager, the issue around the schedules. That we're doing a very good job now. It's in our various languages so that it reaches people and people are well prepared, because this has got tremendous effects in our community. And unfortunately, like the mayor has indicated, it does not know color. However, we are very much aware of the fact that in the less fluent areas, there's greater effects. So, municipal manager, that's just a thank you from my side, and a request that that we please also see how best we can continue with the current campaign. Then, councillors, the municipal manager will be celebrating his birthday tomorrow. I'm just communicating that to all of you because we will be going on recess. En MM nou, hy sprei nou die koek vry wat hy nou vir ons moet voorsit. But we will also just formally congratulate him at the next council meeting. But MM, we also wish you well, and then tomorrow I hope that you will be spoiled. And we're very happy to have you as the MM here. And on behalf of council, I just want to wish you well.
Thank you.
Then councillors, we will officially be going on recess from tomorrow until the 17th of July. This is about 2 weeks time, Councillor Kamfer. You can go to the beach, to the mountains, or you can just stay in bed the whole day. And I would really like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the whole council for the work that has been done by you over the past few months. It has been a hectic time. Everybody's busy. Some of us has been sick. Some of us are still recovering. But I wish that you take this time to spend some time, adequate time with your families. I'm also preaching to myself now. And then also, of course, take care of yourself in terms of your health and just rest a bit so that when we come back, we will continue to serve the residents of our beautiful town. That's all the communications from my side. Then we had birthdays, the celebration of birthdays by Councillor Porter, who celebrated his birthday on the 4th of June. Councillor Kutsia, who celebrated his birthday on the 8th of June. Our Director for Community Services, who celebrated her birthday on the 1st of June. And then Director Edward Jantjies, who will be leaving us officially today. He celebrated his birthday on the 16th of June, and in his absence, also we would like to congratulate them. All those who celebrated, may God bless you. We wish you well. Colleagues, then we have also had a number of residents in our town who have sadly passed on. On the list, we have one of our former councillors who has also passed on, and we would also again just like to convey condolences. Can I ask you to please rise for a moment of silence? Thank you very much. All may be seated. Point 10 on the agenda in terms of written questions. No questions has been received by the Office of the Speaker, the MM, or the Office of the Mayor. We will now then move. Council Whip, I acknowledge you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just at the end of the ordinary council meeting, I would like to bring a motion of exigency, Speaker, if it can be noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that notice. We will then handle your motion at the end of the open agenda. Thank you so much. Councillors, we are then at our agenda for today. The municipal manager is leaving the council chambers as we are on item E130, the appointment of municipal electoral officer. Can I have a proposal with reference to the recommendation in front of us? Councillor Baron, I see your light.
My proposal is the recommendation on this point, municipal manager Colin Puren. Just to say, Speaker, I was worried in the beginning when I see this name, because normally the municipal manager is the first line of complaint. But then I made contact with the IEC, and they said it's actually best for us because he's the guy who can also give us resources and assist us. So my proposal is MM Colin Puren.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Baron?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Is there any counter proposal? Councillor Buddha?
Thank you, Speaker. It's not a counter proposal, that's authority. Speaker, I was looking the duty of MM. So heavy duty for the MM. Now, I want to know how long it's going to take this position, and then how is it going to perform as a MM and then as a MEO on the other side. Just want to check.
Thank you very much for your question. Councillor Porter, would you also like to pose a question now?
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed. No,
Just a remark.
you may proceed.
Because this one is so critical. The MEO, electoral officer, municipal electoral officer. You know, when it comes to, we are clear in terms of what the requirements is from the IEC in terms of municipal staff, senior staff. But it's very important when we appoint someone in that position, one must look really at the credentials and the capacity, but most importantly and critically, the integrity of that person. Because it's carrying, it is actually the backbone of the establishment of council. And it would be very, very bad or sad when we as council employ to a person that will sit in that position and he will go out on social media and make political remarks. Now, when I'm saying this, I'm actually saying, I don't know why you're smiling because maybe you love what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Speaker, is I think that the MM is best suited, and know him for some time. There's no way that I can question his integrity. After all, he needs at least that space to prove that he is the right and best person suited in that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Executive Mayor, can we ask Councillor Gous, then you can respond. Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to, from the ACDP side, welcome the appointment of Mr. Puren. I also know him to be a man of integrity. En dan wil ek byvoorbeeld ook apologize for 2024. We're putting him in a very difficult position.
He is nie verkeerd nie. Thank you, Councillor Porter and Councillor Gous, for your comments made. Executive Mayor, there was an input made by Councillor Buddha. Would you like to respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I'm going to ask if we can amend it a bit. We've received a letter from the IEC yesterday, or during the day yesterday, which outlines the duties. And then also they say, in light of these, council is requested to consider the approved resolution for ease of reference. So we've got our item, but they ask that we just bring this in. So if it's fine, I'm going to ask that we just bring bullet 2 in the recommendation, and I'll quickly read this and then I'll go through the duties if it's fine.
I think you can do that, Mayor. You're more than welcome to proceed.
It's fine with the proposer.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Baron.
Okay, so amendment, or let's say recommendation 2 then, council, having considered the duties and purposes of the appointment of municipal electoral officer of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, hereby supports and recommends to the Electoral Commission that Mr. Colin Puren, being the municipal manager, be appointed to municipal electoral officer of Mossel Municipality on the terms and conditions of the Electoral Commission. Then, Madam Speaker, it's now quite a lengthy list, but to convene and chair meetings of the local PLC, the MEO shall be the local representative of the commission for the municipality in which he shall be appointed. The MEO shall facilitate the provision of council resources. The MEO shall perform particular roles in functioning relating to election delivery as determined from the time to time by the Chief Electoral Officer. The MEO is not required to attend all administrative matters outside of the activities as assigned by the Commission. So what I've experienced over the last years, it's 2-3 meetings during the term, then possibly 2-3 meetings before the election day, and then he actually works on election day. And on election day, it's normally a holiday. So I told him yesterday, unfortunately, he will not be able to do his emails on that day because he will have to work then for the politicians and so on. But yeah, so it's not going to be burdened. I can also mention here that he will get a stipend from the UFK, the IEC, of R1,000 a month. And I think in the 2-3 months prior to the election, they bumped that up to R2,000 a month. So if you weigh the compensation for the duties, it's light duty.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Then with the amendments added to the recommendation, the proposer is comfortable and the seconder. Is that unanimous, colleagues? Thank you very much. We then resolve item E130 unanimously. We are then at item E131 on page 1788, the remuneration level of Mr. C.B. Purent, our municipal manager. We have the recommendation listed and all the annexes to the item. Can I ask for a proposal in this regard, please? Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I propose that we accept the item as presented.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for the Executive Mayor?
Councillor Baron, FF plus.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. Is there any question of clarity or counter proposal? Yes, Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Now we welcome this. As you know, the MM from a long time for the law enforcement and so on, when we come there, yes, you reach more than 10 years. We welcome this. On the other side, we want to build friendship with the MM and the mayor also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Buddha, for that input. Is there any other councillor who have any questions? None. It's unanimously resolved. Item E131 carries. Can we ask the municipal manager to please join us? Yes, Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I can just announce that there's now been the first municipal manager that's received a waiver on his age. So we're very proud of that. And yeah, we congratulate him in his absence.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Should we congratulate him? Yeah, I think you can do that when he takes his seat. I think it's important, yes. On a lighter note, I see some of our male councillors looking very good this morning with their suits and their ties. Just that on a lighter note. And the female councillors also look very beautiful, as always. Executive Mayor.
From my side, we've unanimously decided that you will be welcome to work out your extended period in terms of the waiver, and also congratulations. As far as I have it, you're the first MM who received the waiver in terms of age for this term from Minister Zuma. So from our side, I think you've showed us that there's superiority in terms of your work that you do. Before you started this job, we could see that as well. And you're building on that, and I want to thank you, and I want to urge you to keep on giving your best, colleagues. I'm here many times before other colleagues, and many times MM is here before me, but I try to beat him 1 or 2 times. But I can indicate that I received here this morning. It was still early and dark, and he was here. Yesterday morning, I was here before him. But many evenings I leave here and then he's still here. And then I still get emails late at night. Thank you for the diligence, the hard work, and thank you for the respect with which you serve our community. We appreciate it. And good luck for the term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Executive Mayor. Councillors, we are then on page 1807, item 132, the biannual report of the Audit and Performance Audit Committee Chairperson on Performance Management for the period ending the 31st of December 2021. Can I have a proposal for the recommendation? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to propose, please.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Buddha, I see your light. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want also to take you to the recommendation. As you see, the recommendation, one point there, but if you come on the other side, you do see the audit and performance audit committee. All those bullets. I'm going to read the last one.
Yes.
He said, financial management, MFMA, section 52, 71, and 72 reports, IDP and SDPRs, 2020, 21 to 2022. Madam Speaker, just recently, we were crying about the proper consultation in terms of the IDP in our communities. We are here for those communities here. That is why we want to add in this recommendation before we go together. To be the IDP process to be pro-power in order just to approve this report of the audit. Since our wards, there is no allocation of money in our wards, we complain about that. We want to see the performance of the Section 57 employees here, Madam Speaker. Also, we want to see the management report by the verge of Auditor General Chairperson. And then corrective measure of the plan for any non-compliance, Chairperson. Then we go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your inputs made. Amy, would you like to respond?
Speaker, no, I understand exactly what the council is saying, but we must take into consideration that the audit committee is an oversight committee of council. Council cannot really question their reports, but we took cognizance, Councillor Buddha, all the reports they mentioned here was tabled to council at some stage. They just go through the reports again and to ensure that it adheres to the requirements of the law. But we take cognizance of what Councillor Buddha said. He wants us to do public participation in a better way in future. That's what I hear him say, and we've taken note of what he said. Yeah, but this report is only here for cognizance for council. Council cannot really change the report from the audit committee. Yeah. We just taking cognizance. It just showed. I think, Speaker, we've got a very good audit committee. Of councillors and officials who attended with me will agree with me that they do their oversight role in a very, very proper way, Councillor Buddha. But we take cognizance of what you're saying. You've mentioned it in the past already, and from administration side, we will do our best to improve on what we have done so far as public participation is concerned, not only for IDP, but in all spheres of local government. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. And yes, the input of Councillor Buddha is well noted. Councillor Buddha, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear what the MM is saying. The MM, I want us to make sure whether, are you sure that corrective measure, the plan, there is no non-compliance in that report? And then, that is why we say we want to see the management report, you see. So when you're working, you can just have some error here and there. Especially when you attach the IDP, where we complain a lot about the IDP. I can't be here if we don't see what the people outside there are looking for. That is why we question this.
Oh, we understand.
Thank you for the clarity, and your inputs are all very well noted, Councillor Buddha. Councillors, we are then, that item then is for cognizance, and it has been resolved. We are then at item E133, and I would now like to ask all councillors to leave the council chambers. Yes, net raad sit gou so wat die. No, that's just a joke, colleagues, but dankie, julle is wakker. Colleagues, we are on page 1812, item E133, the implementation of upper limits of salaries, allowances and benefits of different members of council, 1st July 2021. And can I have a proposal for the recommendations listed?
Madam Speaker, I'll gladly propose.
You gladly propose, Councillor Furness. Is there anybody who would gladly like to second?
Second, gladly.
Where's the light? Where's the red light? Councillor Baron. Thank you. Is there any input from Councillor Kamfer or any counter proposal? Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, according to instructions received from the ACDP National Executive, all ACDP public office bearers have to abstain on increases for public office bearers. Thank you.
We note that Councillor Gous is abstaining. Thank you. Councillor Porter, are you also abstaining?
Contrary to the gladly proposal, my colleague Furness, the other side. It's just a remark. It's interesting. It's interesting how you got your increases. It's a new term for me. Upper limits. I used to negotiate, these things for workers. Interesting, the upper limits term. Then, of course, also when you look at benefits of councillors, there's no differentiation between benefits. But there's a vast differentiation between upper limits. Okay, let me rephrase this thing. Monetary value. All right. And on that note, it's my first time here in council. I'm considering what is going to be my stance on this one. Can I ask my constituency what I should, Councillor Van Dijk, my constituency, how I should deal with this thing in council? Do I need a mandate? Not at all. But I think I'm led by my colleague next to me that I want to abstain from this thing because I'm very uncomfortable to earn a small amount of money and the people up there like the mayor, look at me. You've got your package and you've got your what is this? Nothing between, nothing personal. I'm just making a remark that you can enjoy because what the rule is saying. What the rule is saying.
There's a point of order, Councillor Porter. A council work, you're rising and a point of order.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of order. I know the councillor is making a joke, but all speakers should direct themselves towards the speaker and not towards individual council. Thank you.
And not be personal. Perhaps Councillor Porter withdraw that one. Executive Mayor.
Sorry, or is it, was it the mayor that used my mic?
No. I don't know if you're done, then I'll also talk.
Okay, no. While I'm trying to finish, let me reconsider this one.
You were throwing your joke.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, for me, doesn't seem fair, and I don't know where to put this. There's no union that bargain on behalf of councillors. It's like a determination 13 for taxis or for others, where a minister will sit all by herself, and she's making this uneven and unequal decisions that affects us. Right. So hence I was saying, it's nothing personal to the mayor. If I make just a comparison on a lighter note, I know you want me to be very serious in council. I thought I just want to break the ice. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kamfer, you can put on your light, but the mayor will respond now.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I mean, the mayor's salary is public knowledge, so I must take that one. I can't apologize for it. But I think I want to agree with Councillor Porter. In terms of benefits, salary is one thing, a benefit's the other thing. And I think there's a huge difference between people sitting in parliament, and councillors working in their communities. And we must actually ask, we three independent spheres of government. So why should we pay little and they pay a lot and they have all the benefits? After 2 or 3 terms in parliament, you can basically retire. You've got a retirement fund of a few million rand, which we have got nothing. for working day and night for our communities and being the first line of defending all the nonsense going on, the ESCOMs and all the stuff. It's me and you, councillors. You will have seen in my video yesterday, it's not only DA councillors receiving complaints, it's all of them. It's all of them. So I agree. Salga represents us, but I don't know if they're doing it good enough. And I think there should be a concerted effort from all political parties that will lower the guys up there who's doing less. I don't want to be disrespectful, but we're working harder. We're the guys responsible. So there should be differentiation between provincial councillors. Some of them work hard, some of them I don't know what they do, and also with national ministers and LPs, representatives. Some of them you never see. They speak, some of them speak like 1 minute in a whole year in the chambers, in parliament. Now the question is, should that guy pay more than R1 million and we as councillors get peanuts? That's the question. So you've got your finger on the pulse. That is something, and we're the majority of representatives. So I don't know why we're not pushing hard enough, but I totally agree with you.
Thanks for your input, Mayor. Councillor Kamfer, are you making a counter proposal?
Madam Speaker.
Put up
Laughing now
can
to
Councillor
for
Kamfer?
for the mayor, he said, there's people speaking 1 minute for 5 years. I see it here also in my last term. But what the mayor is said, I fully agree. This thing is a national thing. Is not something that we can do. We can say today no. And as the mayor said, luckily there's people working every day for the community. So if I get that money, actually slecht fully, Speaker. Nee? My question is, Councillor Porter and Councillor Gous, they abstained about this thing. But what will happen now if because this thing go to the minister now, nee, of local government. So if he agree on that, what happened then to the money of Councillor Porter and Councillor Gous? Yes, that's all I'm asking my colleague.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Kamfer. Yeah, no, the councillors indicated they're abstaining for their reason, so they didn't indicate here anything else, Councillor. And we respect them because they have the right to do so.
Yeah.
Let me just protect my two councillors there. Councillor Buddha.
Simply just a clarity, Speaker, that I see that the part-time councillor, did you see that table?
There's a table, yes.
Part-time councillor. Then once upon I was here in 2006, I was in Section 79 committee. Now I want just a clarity about Section 79 clarity there. I see that they beat me, although I've got 3 years here. They beat me down. Can you clarify that Section 79 committee?
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. I don't know, will the CFO or the finance chairperson respond here?
There are different scales with regards to the 79 committees. And whether you're full-time or part-time and you're then chairing one of those, then it will be adjusted according to the table. And that will be taken into account. So that's just the scales that have been set and communicated, and we just implement those.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Buddha is indicating it's fine. Councillors, we then have the last bite, Councillor Porter.
I'm not so sure whether I'm out of order, Speaker, or whether I want to have a slight differ slightly with the CEO. The 79 is this impact in this type of committees?
That's correct.
That is my understanding then, though I'm very, very new for SOCI. You've got your classifications in terms of municipalities, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever the case.
The grading, yeah.
Grading. And this municipality, with the grading comes your number of councillors in a particular municipality. It is my understanding. Can you protect me, Speaker, please?
Yes, Councillor Porter, can you please?
It is my understanding that you need to have at least, let's say, 40 councillors up to be entitled. Am I out of order?
Yes, Councillor Porter, you are out of
To be
order.
entitled to be entitled to.
You correctly indicated that the various gradings, so municipalities are being graded on the basis correctly, as you say, of the number of councillors that constitute their council. So we would be, let's say you've got grade 1, 2, 3, 4. But that grading is determined by the residents. Yeah, by this, what did we, by the population, what is this that we recently done? Census, by the census. So that is how they then sort of, calculate. Thank you for.
Yes, but now, Speaker, if you allow me, when it comes to the remuneration of a councillor sitting on a 79 committee, there's a difference. He's not being remunerated as ordinary councillor. There's a top up, right?
That's correct.
So my
yes.
point that I'm trying to make is that this municipality needs to have, I think it's about 41 councillors for that, let's say for an argument's sake, impact.
No, Councillor, you are now out of order. Thank you very much, Councillor Porter.
I may be wrong. I don't think I'm out of order. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but can we provide the information to Councillor Porter that that he can just also for his ease of conscience also just understand clear. Amen.
Speaker, now I think this government gazette is specific to remuneration of councillors. And there are ways in which it's determined. Council cannot change about it. Doesn't matter how long we debate it or discuss it. The question of the amount of councillors is being ruled by different legislation. The Demarcation Act will determine how many councillors a specific council, how many seats a specific council may have. Yeah. So, Chairperson, Speaker, if the councillor want to, he can go and sit with the CFO to take him through this, explain to him page by page how this is implemented. There's upper limits for councillors. And if there's a need for him to be explained how the Demarcation Act works, you can come to us. We will gladly assist you where we can, Councillor Porter. But there's nothing that council can do about this thing here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, you will be provided with the information. We are then on item E134, the sale of items on annual auction for 2021 to 2022, where the recommendations listed point 1 to 3 on page 1833. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose item 134.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Do we have a second for Councillor Meyer?
Madam Speaker, I will second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. We have no questions of clarity or counter proposal. The item carries unanimously. We are then at item E135, the writing of irrecoverable debts for the period ending June 2022. We have all the information in the item. And also our recommendation. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I will gladly propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a second for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions of clarity? Or yes, Councillor Buddha, I see your light. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I look at the recommendation. That's first point of the last one, below that one. It said the current credit control policy, section 11, limiting the write-off of bad debt to the exceeding 20,000 exclude. You see, we've got poor and unemployed. We've got those who have been retrenched, those badly affected by the COVID-19. And then out of the global war in Ukraine, high inflation rate of food prices, rising cost of petrol, and vulnerable groups such as disability women and children, orphans, etc. Local small, medium, and micro SMEs, entrepreneurs. You can name a lot, chairperson, chairlady. What you want? We want just this credit control policy to be reviewed in order to accommodate all those I mentioned here, because now it's a red tape to all those people. If we review it in some cases, then we've got no problem. I can just handle this notes to the scribe so that when we take a recommendation, we include them with this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
For instance, before that, you can see it is 20,000. If can you see there? You see poor household, this one, and then poor household, and then the rate of I think the house is the RPP house cost of 15,000. You cannot see that. We're talking about 20,000 here. This one, municipality 92,000. You see, there's a lot outside there. So that is why we must review the credit control policy so that we can accommodate everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. So I'm sorry, Councillor Buddha, you're not against the item. You're giving your inputs and you will submit it to administration. Thank you very much. Councillor Gous.
Speaker, just to clarify, we are on item E135.
E135, the
Thank you.
writing of irrecoverable
Yes.
debts. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Gous.
Speaker, it is also a concern for the ACDP, as I'm sure it is for the other councillors as well. We also have compassion towards our residents that find themselves in this predicament, so we're not against writing off the debt. My concern, Speaker, is that when we were busy with the census, Mossel Bay responded very poorly. Myself and other opposition parties, as well as the mayor, yourself as well, repeatedly requested residents to please register for the census. What we also noticed, though, was that we were a very low percentage of residents that had completed the census, and that increased after the extensions and all of that. But my concern is, I did ask if we're saying that there's only, say now, for example, 80% of residents have completed the census. We're basing that, I'm assuming, on 80% of what was previously counted in the 2011 census. So we are actually far more short than just 20%, for example, from the old census. We are actually now that short, plus the growth in population that we've experienced over the last 10 years. 11, 12 years. So the equitable share that we're receiving or will be receiving through DORA is not going to compensate us truly for the amount of residents that we have. And it's my concern that we're going to be facing ever growing write-offs of irrecoverable debt. Can the municipality just give us clarity on what were the final count figures for the census? And if do we know, yes, I can't recall off by heart what we budgeted for the new year, what our equitable share would be, if anybody could help me with that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Dabola, you may proceed with yours.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to speak my language, please.
You may, you have that privilege here, you may.
Okay. Madam Speaker, izinto ezininzi ezichatshazelwe nguwiphu we-ANC. Endifuna ukubethelela nje into yokubana isicelo sam singumbutho we-ANC into yokuba sicela isingawuse le nto ikhawuleze ijongwe ngomsinya namatyala amakhulu namatyala amancinci xa ubhatala. Ngoba ikhala lam into yokuba cimile wena. Ikhala lam into yokuba ke ngoku ngoJulayi kunepolisi ezalipha.
On your light. You put
Take
Yeah,
that one.
not-
Take this. Yeah, good.
His mic is not working, Ihu, that's all. Okay, Ihu, just please, all right, we're just gonna take a minute so that we can attend to it. We have Councillor Gou's question, and then Councillor Buddha, Councillor De Bula. As soon as the mics are back on, you can proceed. We just have a technicality, so we just,
There's something.
we're just breaking for a minute.
It's on now. It's on now.
Is it on?
It's on now. You can hear.
Thank you, Ihu. Councillor De Bula will proceed now. Councillor De Bula.
So, okay. Abelocela into yokubana kuba sizawungena kuJuly and then ezinye izinto zizawuqala apha kuJuly. Then ixhala mna ngaba sibazisa apha kwamasipala bacela ukucinyelwa amatyala. Babe namatyala amakhulu and then kukho eli kuthiwa qala ku-20,000.
Thank you. Who, Councillor De Bula, have you stated your point? Are you done?
No, not done.
Not done. Okay, just park. Who the other councillors can't hear the translation through their earphones, so we just need to check that again. Just wait a few seconds. We're trying to see. Okay. Who, can you just say hello? Can everybody hear?
Yes.
Okay, is it better now? Everybody can hear?
Everyone can hear.
Ihu say hello. Okay, everybody said.
Okay.
Ihu, one last time, Councillor De Bula, you must now please state your point on this item.
Isicelo
And
sami
please
sithi,
conclude.
Madam Speaker, into yokuba esiphazamisile ke ngona kakhulu le nto. Isicelo sami into yokubana isingase iqwalasele ngokukhawuleza labantu abanamatyala amakhulu, because kunabantu bebemisiwe siba sizobacela intoba bacinyelwe amatyala bamiselwe uJuly. So ikwara into yokubana kufike la 1st kaJuly sibe nale ngxaki lamatyala abantu amakhulu azothwana kube kukho le lantuka lapha le item ikhoyo apha kuthi. So ndicela ngase ibhunga likhawuleze liqwalasele laa mcimbi please, because makhulu kakhulu amatyala apha elokishini esizwe abantu abanamatyala malunga nedibene namanzi nemibane.
Thank you very much for your input, made. Councillor Gous has a question around the stats. Do we know?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Speaker, no, thank you for the question, and I agree with Councillor Gous. We had a very, very poor turnout. We did everything in our power to sensitize our communities. At this stage, we don't have final figures as yet. We're still waiting from Stats SA to supply us with the final figures, and we don't want to say yes or no if we don't know the answer, Speaker. And then as far as the amount is for equitable share, I'm sure that the CFO will be able to assist there. Yeah.
Thank you. While the CFO, okay, the mayor, you can put on your light, you may respond. CFO, can we have the mayor and then you? Thank you, Mayor.
I'll listen to you.
Oh, you first want to listen to the CFO. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker.
CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. With regards to next year's allocation for equitable share, we looking at 112.5 million with regards to equitable share. And then with regards to Councillor De Bula's question regarding the write-offs, the 1st of July comes out. The plan is to implement the new policies. And with that, we will then apply the new criteria and everything to the new policies to people's accounts. And at the end of July, we'll have a figure of who then qualifies to have their debt written off. And then we'll then bring that to council as well. And then in the month of August, we'll then have a drive as well to address and approach those that cannot or have not qualified, and then look to see how we can help them, assist them as well by means of an agreement or a type of settlement agreement, or what we call an AOD, where they pay their debt off if there is any outstanding debt. But we will be implementing this from the 1st of July, going through all these people's accounts and addressing what needs to be addressed.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much for that feedback, CFO. Mayor.
Madam Speaker, yeah, just in terms of the equitable share now, the CFO must help. As far I've asked in previous years that we need to be counted again and so on. And at that stage, it's been mentioned to me that in terms of our equitable share determination, they already work on a pro rata increase of people to our area. Where it's not reflecting is on other stuff like the level, the municipality's rating and stuff like that. So that's where it's a concern on that side. But yeah, I'm also not sure on what they will base what. That is also a gray area. But I know that the equitable share, they do determine it and they do look at it throughout the 10-year term and they adjust it accordingly to how they think it grows.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Last bite.
You covered Councillor Buddha.
Last bite.
Last bite. You may proceed with your last bite, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard what the CFO is saying, but I'm very worried, Madam Speaker, really. Now, this is June, July, winter season. But when you go outside there, you only find people who say, no, my power is blocked and then my water is blocked. Can we just exercise quickly that exercise so that we must not block any electricity, especially for the indigent people? I heard that elderman, Nicholas Boyson, keep on saying that we are out there. You see those people, they are elders, disability, and so on. When they come to you, say, Councillor, my power is blocked. And then really, you can assure, we phone each and every time for the CFO, so help here. So let us make sure that we are not blocking the electricity and the water for the indigent people. As I said one day, look, for instance, Izinyoka and Asazan and Mountain View. Before we told the people to pay the bill of municipality, we're supposed to have a consumer education because these people, they are coming from the informal settlement, don't know how to pay service of municipality. If we've got a consumer education and then later on the people slowly but sure they're going to come on the track and then pay the service of municipality. Not just to block and say, hey, come here. When you come here, go there, Tepek, go there. There is nice because you have a light, we've got everything. Go there, let us stop that. And then take people serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Your input is noted and you also provide your notes to the admin. Thank you to the CFO for responding to the questions. We are then at item E136 on the agenda, the writing off of outstanding traffic fines. We have our recommendation listed points 1 and 2 on page 1861. Can I have a proposal, please?
Madam Speaker, I proposed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyson. Is there a seconder for
Madam
Alderman?
Speaker, I second.
You have some outstanding fines somewhere here, Councillor. No, that's just no. Yeah, no. It was just a time. Thank you very much. We have a seconder and then questions of clarity or counter proposals. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't object to the writing off of traffic fines. It is a considerable amount of money, though. And when reading through the report, it seemed as if there wasn't sufficient follow-up on fines that had been issued over a 2-year period, because it looks like once they were older than 2 years, that is when they were now eligible to be written off. I know that we've been very short-staffed, and I know that our municipal court is doing as much as they can, and we've even extended an extra day to them to deal with these kind of things. But do we think that it might ease the writing off of these type of traffic fines? I also want to plead guilty. I've got a seatbelt fine that might be amongst this, I'm not sure. But I just want to know if we, with our new law enforcement officers that will be phased in, will we be looking at reduced amounts written off because there'll be better follow-up? Just for clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your question. We'll respond now. Councillor Porter, can you please also pose your question?
Thank you, Speaker. Just worried that my colleague next to me will also have an item on the agenda on the very last And next time for the seatbelt. Speaker, mine is just if you write off, right? What is the rationale? What is the purpose of the reason why you write it off?
Thank you for your question.
It's a very straightforward question, not a long one.
Thank you very much for your question. We'll have our portfolio councillor for safety responding to Councillor Gous and Councillor Porter. Councillor Van Dijk, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think first of all, we need to understand that it's administrative and systemic process, which is financially driven, and not because of the default of our officers. I think often we make the mistake by saying it's because the officer is making mistakes on the fines and therefore does not get onto the court roll. That is not the case. There are many issues surrounding the tabling of this in court. So that's the first part of the question. The answer. The second part is I agree with Councillor Porter. We are looking at a process in terms of how do we make sure that warrants of arrest are actually executed. And at this stage, it's not financially viable, and we do not have arrangements with other towns to execute those warrants of arrest. So most of these are from people outside Mossel Bay, mostly. So we need to devise a system, and we are working on a system. I can guarantee you it will not happen next year because we are working on a process in terms of eliminating specifically the write-offs. So that's the short answer. There's a more intricate answer, but it's not about the law enforcement officers. It is how we address the process and the system, and how do we make that going forward. So from a municipal perspective, we can execute the warrants. Yeah, that's not a problem. And we could put more people in the field to do exactly that, and we are doing that already. It's outside Mossel Bay which becomes the problem.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Safety and Traffic, for that input and feedback to our councillors. I see no indication of a counter proposal. No, then the item carries unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then on item E137, page 2099, the quarterly variement report for the period ending 31st of March 2022, and we have our recommendation for cognizance. Can I have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose E137.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Meyer?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have questions of clarity? Yes, Councillor
Yes,
Buddha.
Madam Speaker. I see when you refer us to the Annexa A and Annexa B in the financial services. Madam Speaker, can this council approve the template outlining the variants? That must be more clearer so that it can be easy to be understood to everybody, the variants.
Thank you very much, There's a question that is for Skona answered, right?
Yeah, Speaker, I will appreciate it. Maybe Councillor Buddha can come to me afterwards, because the reports that we put in the committee agendas, that's quite clear. We give the reasons why it's a violation, how much, and so on and so on. If there's a shortcoming in those reports, Councillor Buddha can come to me and we can see what we can do about it to make it even more user friendly. Unless he's got something more specific, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Buddha is asking for an example to make it for ease of understanding, if I am correct, Councillor Buddha. And is that okay, Can we do so?
No, we can definitely speak to him afterwards. CFO.
Thank you very much. We then resolve on item E137. We are on E138. The Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for deviations approved for the period of April 2022. Can I have a proposal, please? Yes, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Is there any questions to this item? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Not a question. I did raise my questions via email and via committee, yes. My concern, though, was that on the expansions and variations report, that when an appeal is made, often the report just states that the appeal was turned down or was upheld, but it doesn't give us the reasons for that. And if that could just be included in the report, Speaker, that would be helpful. Then we don't have to bother the administration so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. The request is noted.
We note.
Thank you very much. We are then at item E139 on the agenda. The monthly reports with regard to supply chain management for the period of April 2022. Can I have proposal with reference to council taking cognizance? Yes, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I will propose the item.
Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Yes, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, if I may, my apologies. My previous comment is actually pertinent to this item. It's on this report that the expansions are and deviations are noted.
Okay, thank you very much. It's then noted as such. All right, we are then at our next item. Item E140 on the agenda. It is the disposal of capital assets, movable capital asset count for 2022. We have our recommendations listed, point 1 and 2. Can I please have a proposal for this item? Yes, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Is there any questions of clarity? Councillor Gous and Councillor Buddha in that order. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to ask, is there going to, I noted that the report says a follow-up count will be done at the Debaka Chalets, but there was a considerable amount, only 150 items, but for example, from what I could see in the report, 879,000 rands worth of items could not be found at the Community Services Directorate, of which 6,353 were books. But I also noted items not found, such as a bin lifter to the value of 33,000 rand. A bin lifter is quite a big item. And 4 bulk containers, the skips, for example. So these surely could not have been stolen. So are they just in another yard? Or I'm just trying to think what would be the logical explanation that items that big could not be found. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Gous. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the same accord, what this proposal say, Madam Speaker, when I look at the same asset not found 150 in the community service, I was thinking that in Mossel Bay we've got a lot of security, we've got a lot of cameras everywhere. I was thinking, where are these items? Because I do understand that they don't have wings to fly, they don't have feet to walk. Where are these? Because here there's no report is saying these things are stolen or theft. So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha is asking for the wings and the feet. And then the question of Councillor Gous. Do we have the director to respond? CFO. Thank you, CFO.
Speaker, as per the item in the recommendation, we will continue looking for those assets, and we have done so. We've reduced that amount from 1 million to now 271,000, of which the big items that grew wings or replaced itself, we were found. They were just having some repairs done, and there wasn't clarity from the official at the time that which mechanic exactly it was, but it has been found.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Gous. Councillor Buddha, you covered. Thank you very much. that item, we conclude then on item E140. We are on item E141. The disposal of capital assets annual auction 2022. We have our recommendations listed. Can I please have a proposer in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Kutsia. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Kutsia?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Council Whip. Is there any questions of clarity on this item? None, thank you. The item then carries unanimously. We are on item E142. Elder Lady Writers is back in the chambers. The proposed one-way traffic flow from the intersection with Mossel Street along School Street toward the intersection of Strand Street. And as I remember, this was Councillor Kamfer and the ward councillor who has received numerous complaints on this issue. And this item is before us. Do we have a proposer? Yes, Councillor. You're out of order, Councillor Kamfer. Councillor, you like Councillor Meyer?
I will second it, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Kamfer is proposing and the ward council is seconding. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal? I see you like Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Speaker, yes, there's a lot of things that have been said out there as to why it should not have been, but that's not my issue. Mine is an observation after council have sat with this thing. No, not council, the committees, ne?
Committees, yes, Councillor Porter.
And a subsequent closure. I've noticed there are some vehicles that is parked on the roadside there. That for me is a concern. Now, if you look at what is the crux of the matter, what is the true reason and the purpose as to why this municipality has taken the decision to deroute from that intersection, it's because of the accident, right? Now, I just assume when someone wants to park there, that person has to slow down virtually to a standstill to make a U-turn, whatever the case may be, to park his car. Now, as a public representative and also a councillor that must take the interest of this council to heart, my question is, while we are in the process of that, what is going to be the solution of that? Because that person is putting himself and others also in danger because there's no route going in there. The public mind is that that road is open. There's nothing that's going to slow down in front of me because the road is closed. So you're now going to take your speed that you are entitled to drive. So now we are sitting with a problem with those cars. My suggestion, I want to propose that we are putting some, this cement stuff there next to that road where people can't turn off from the tar road onto that gravel side to go and park.
Thank you.
And that should be budgeted for inclusive with the road that the servitude road that is.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, just gonna.
Speaker, there's something wrong with the deputy's phone. If he touches the phone, it started singing. So it's not him looking at videos. I can attest to it.
Okay, if we can just have him switch off the phone. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see the recommendation number 3 that he said that the municipality will granted authority, blah, 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 blah. I like this one. We support this one because we are not playing games with the safety of our kids outside there, any place. I'm going to talk to all the schools so that they must make this thing. During these hours, just when the kids there go to school and when they come out, so that there must be a control of the traffic. Thank you very much. So we must authorize everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Yes, the safety of our children is the council's priority. Executive Mayor.
Madam Speaker, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we also want to say thank you to the schools coming to the party. At the end of the day, it's them creating obviously we want our children to go to schools, but at the end of the day, that activity creates all this extra traffic and so on. So they need to be part of the solution. And whenever they come up with ideas, we've done various items on this where the schools see there's a problem and then they come up with a solution. So yeah, I'm also thankful of the fact that they came with a solution and that we're allowing to also negotiate and see how this can be worked out. That the school normally knows exactly what's their circumstances, so they normally have the best solution for the problem. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Correctly so, Executive Mayor. The input by Councillor Porter, if we can then just look at that, because it seems as if there's still members of the public who parks there.
Yeah. Now we take note of it, Speaker, and once we implement this, our traffic department will be involved in it. We make sure, especially the first week, that everything works smoothly so that those type of illegal activities are also eradicated. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that confirmation, Municipal Manager. That concludes the item. We are on item E143. The application to lease a portion of portion 101 of Farm 217, Hartenbosch, Plant Park Wholesale Nursery, Pty Ltd. We have our discussion and motivation and our recommendation listed from points 1 to 15. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. The seconder.
It will be me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Do we have any questions of clarity or counter proposal on this item? None, thank you. The item carries. You. Councillor Mkontu, we are on item 143. Councillor Mkontu.
Yes.
Pose your question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, as you maybe you already get our item that we need to discuss in regarding these things. So you must write for as ANC that will discuss this item to the meeting that will be take it on when I don't know which date, but the next meeting of the council. For us, we abstain.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. The ANC then abstains from item E143. Councillor Mkontu, we have received your letter and it will form part of the council agenda for July as per the heading of the communication that we received. Thank you very much. The item then concludes with the ANC abstaining. We are on item E144 on page 2167.1. We have the registration of a permanent right of way servitude over Earth 14094 Mossel Bay in favor of Earth 12664 Mossel Bay in order to provide access to Earth 12664 Mossel Bay. Point 2, the registration of a temporary right of way servitude for 5 years over Earth 14094 Mossel Bay in favor of the public for the purpose of a temporary access to the Mossel Bay Magistrates Court. We have our recommendations listed. Can I have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for this item?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Dijk. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal? Councillor Buddha, I see your light.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question of clarity. In my understanding, the servitude, right of way servitude, is similar to encroachment, similar to a land encroachment, which means not your land. When we are saying in the first point, the permanent one, I understand the temporal one. Permanent one, What are we saying about the permanent one? Because in the servitude, you can't put a solid structure, brick structure. In my understanding, you put something which maybe in future you can take it, give away. Can you give me that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Mr. Naidu will respond. Councillors, this is the item with reference to the access road there by the court on Louis Puri, just so that everybody knows. Director Naidu.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Just for clarity, this section of road is at the back of the Ederan Checkers. It's a road leading to the cemetery and the court. Okay, it's a very small section. It's already been tarred. It's actually a municipal street, but it has not been registered as yet. So it's a very small section. It's already tarred, and it just needs to be. You need a servitude.
Thank you, Director Naidu. Councillor Buddha, your question, you covered through the response. Councillor Porter, can you just say?
Speaker, just for the record.
Can I just have the light for Councillor Buddha's follow?
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Then you can put on your light again, Councillor
Well,
Porter.
thank you, Speaker. I'm covered for the sake of our community when they go to court, when they go to the cemetery.
You covered? Thank you, Director Naidu. Councillor Porter, you may proceed with your question.
As I'm saying, thank you, Speaker. Just for the record, what I've alluded previously to, that point, that thing was actually referred to this item. My apologies for having things messed up.
Okay.
But if council can take what I was saying with regards to that thing.
Yeah, so it was not
relevant to
around
this
the
item.
school, it was around the access road to the
Yes,
pool.
yes.
No problem, well noted, thank you. The item then carries unanimously, thank you so much. We are on item E145 on page 2172, the application for the renewal of the lease agreement of municipal buildings situated on Urban 3069 and 3070 Mossel Bay Tourism. Can I have a proposer for this item as per the recommendations listed from point 1 to 10, please? Yes, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, I would like to gladly propose this item as a very important facility to our community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, for gladly proposing. Is there somebody who can gladly second?
Madam Speaker, I will gladly second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Do we have any questions of clarity on this item or counter proposals? It carries unanimously. Thank you. The item carries. Yes, Councillor Delamin, you excuse. We are then on item E146. The establishment of a business park in Kwanungaba, portion of IRV 912 Urban 4174/4177 Kwanungaba, portion of IRV 9060 Mossel Bay, and Urban 15118 to 15128 Mossel Bay. This item is about the establishment of a business park. We have our recommendations listed, points 1 to 6. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Speaker. I propose that the item E146 to be carried through.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbumbu. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Mbumbu?
Madam Speaker, I would second Councillor Mvubu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any councillor with a question of clarity or counter proposal? Councillor Debula, you may proceed.
Speaker. Speaker, kule item akho nto irongo i-right yonke into, but kule item libe siyibekile njenge-ward council ekhoyo phayana and umhlaba ophayana. So benesidingo bani kungabekwa container, umasipala ancede enze structures permanent so that any person onokwazi ukwenza business phaya enze i-business through i-structures permanent.
Thank you very much. The input from Councillor Dabula is then that he's saying that he does not want this business park to be in the format of containers, but a permanent structure. You're requesting that. Can we have Director Venter, do you have, perhaps would like to come in here to respond?
No, Speaker, I'm sure we'll get back to council. Also, the next step will be to provide the necessary services there. And the intention, I think, for now is actually not for council to erect any buildings there, but rather to lease out the properties to the potential, let's call it entrepreneurs. And then they erect whatever buildings is suitable. But it's noted what the councillors say, and I'm sure in that respect, we'll get back to council then.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Councillor Dabula. Director Venter is indicating that this is now only the first process, but your input is noted as the ward councillor. Am I correct? Yes, in terms of what the format may be. But this will, however, comes back to council as indicated by Director Venter in terms of applicants. Am I correct? So, Director Venter. Thank you. Councillor Porter.
Speaker, thank you. It seems to me that, I acknowledge the concern of Councillor Dabula. Also heard what the director is saying. Mine is just to say that, look, what we need as a councillor is to be on par, to know exactly what is happening. Public participation is going to take place. People are going to talk about around this thing. Questions is going to come to us. If councillors can be informed by means of a presentation as to from your short-term, medium, long-term goal, with respect to this development that we envisage to erect, so that we know for 2 years we're going to have a container or whatever structure, and then from there we're going to move there. Your local economic development plan for this item in particular, we want to know from the start till the end. Because one thing we also want to incorporate there is when we do away with informal structures and we want to erect a solid structure as required by the councillor, that we are saying we want to. This is the magnitude of the project, and these are the skills that is available. And when we talk about employment, when we talk about the project, we want to localize this thing in all its potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input. It is well noted, Councillor Porter.
Nine.
Yes. Yeah, just the light.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Porter, you may gladly proceed.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. I've seen here you on the papers. You talk about public participation process. I've loved to see or to get a clarity, because I've been always have a cry on the way that the public participation is done by this municipality. So can anyone here explain what was the public participation in this thing and the involvement of business people around that area on any plan? I don't know whether you get my question, but I also have the follow question. There's something here talking about the policy. I can't recall it, where is that refer the Nazika the is referring, okay, with the policy allocation of business. Can we also get that policy, because I'm not sure of that policy.
Thank you for your questions around public participation and the policy. Councillor Kutsia and then Councillor Buddha in that order.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to emphasize the aspect that this park and the whole Mayakara Street precinct forms part of this. There's been extensive public participation by the town planning department, and there's actually a very exciting project that this ties into, where the local businesses were consulted and very professional proposals has been made for implementation. So I would advise that the councillors familiarize themselves with that precinct plan. That will enhance the area in terms of business.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Puda.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I was looking for the recommendation number 3. When it's stated about the above mentioned area. We don't have a problem with this, but I just ask 10 minutes caucus in this thing.
On that item.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The INC is asking for a 10 minutes caucus. We are then adjourning now, and we will at 25 past 11 reconvene the meeting. Thank you so much, councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Annie online and all the members of the public who's also online. Council will now reconvene. We have the ANC back from the caucus, and Councillor Buddha will then address council on the outcome of the caucus with reference to the request made. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but the door is open.
Tasha, can you please? Thank you so much, Tasha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't have a problem with this item. As we follow just the recommendation, we want just to add the recommendation number 7. You see, there's topic number 6, number 7, saying that, stating that, and I quote, preference in allocation of the business plot be given to the SMMEs, saying that what? Who are South African citizens. If more space is available, those who are closer to that development must be given to that. And then.
You may proceed, Councillor, sorry.
And the second item is going to be addressed by Councillor Mkonta. Thank you.
Thank you for your addition. I'm noting your addition. Councillor Mkonta.
Okay, yes, Madam Speaker. Mine is to respond to the councillor that was responding to me that there was a public participation. I will say is misleading this this council, because why I'm saying so, I've been contacted by the people that are in business in that area, that there was a committee, and that committee was undermined by this municipality. And the chairperson at that time, I think was, they said it's Leroux or that come from the town planning. But the person that I was told that was also involved in that business was the other said that then they are saying that they were not involved in as a public participation. This the councillor there is misleading this this council. It's supposed to say that the result or the final proposal that they bring, or whoever committee, those final proposal they were half cooked, because that committee is no longer there unless they have other people in other areas. So I would say he must not mislead us here.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonta. It's noted. In terms of the proposal made by Councillor Buddha, the ANC is requesting. Can we just have order the backbenchers? Thank you. Point 7, the ANC following the caucus as a request to amend and add a recommendation, point 7, asking that applicants should be considered.
Preference in allocation of the business plot. 7 in the recommendation.
Councillor Porter. Thank you very much, Councillor Porter.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation number 7. We are saying preference in the allocation of business plot be given to the SMMEs, staying in that words, who are South African citizens. People, they must stay there first. Preference must give it to the people who are staying there. If it's what one. If more space is available, then they must be given to the people who are closer to that word. Yeah, so that we make a red tape for the foreigners. Thank you. If you like.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mvumbu, you were the proposer on this item. There's a point 7 as an additional recommendation. Can you please just state your position on that? Councillor Porter, can you just give the light to the mayor?
Sure.
I'm noting you, you will get your opportunity.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, I like the proposal. I just don't know if it's executable. But if it's executable, then I will ask for a caucus.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Director, can you kindly respond?
Thanks for allowing me. Now I'm perhaps jumping in front of some other councillors, but just to give clarity, the point 3, the allocation policy is exactly containing the conditions that Councillor Buddha is making reference to. So
That specific bullet. that you see.
yes. So perhaps, and I think once we like I've alluded to earlier, Speaker, is once we get back to council in terms of the implementation after the services has been provided to those sites, your point of reference as council will be to look at the allocation policy and then bring in those criteria also if one needs to add. But the allocation criteria already stipulates exactly what Councillor Buddha referred to. However, not the specific location.
Yes.
And that I'm not sure if one can do that.
Yes.
And I think that needs to be debated a bit further once we bring back that policy then to council. And then secondly, we'll make it available like the councillor asked that policy, no problem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Are you covered? Because Director Venter is indicating that this will come back to council. And what you what you are requesting is also it's in the content of that policy, Councillor Buddha. Are you comfortable? Councillor Comfort, can you just?
Madam Speaker, we are here to take a decision here. That is why we want just only one point to be added here. That is why I say preference not given to those people. You see, Madam Speaker, we don't want, as we asked the director one day, we say we want to talk to the director. We don't want when we execute, when we implement, we will see monsters there, maybe we see Somaliland and so on. Later on, it's like what you call Mountain View. That is why we want to talk to the director. We are here now to take a decision. If we bounce back, it's okay, but now let us put this point in this 6 points, we put point number 7. It's not difficult, it's an easy thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha, for your input. Councillor Porter, Councillor Gous, and Councillor Kamfer in that order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm very much in love with the ANC stance on this item. I want to support it, but I want to give some meat to my point, and that is when we look at local economic development and we look at business in our communities, your black and colored communities predominantly, you will find processes where, we may claim the accolades that we are giving to our communities, but we are not really giving enough. When we talk about local economic development, we need to look at the term redress. The previous disadvantaged communities in so many years after our constitutional democracy hasn't really received. Locally in particular, we do have people that are struggling out there to do business. And when we look at the decisions and the regulations that we as a municipality put to them, it's virtually very difficult for them to do business in prospects. Ours is to say that when we look at business and local economic development, we must make available land for business, our people to own the land to do business. Instead of putting a container there on a piece of land and they were never sure whether they will really be profitable and so on and so forth. So I'm saying, Speaker, we need to look and dig much deeper than the current talks when it comes to creating opportunities for the previous disadvantaged groups, the coloreds and blacks in particular in Mossel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Porter. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not against the proposal of the ANC that South African citizens get first rights or first opportunity. However, because of another matter that I've been dealing with, I've had the opportunity to read the Competition Act of 1998. And we need to be very sure that we don't make any decisions that are contrary to national legislation. And that legislation does state, just as an intro, is to promote and maintain competition in South Africa to achieve the following objectives: to promote the efficiency, adaptability, and development of the economy, and importantly, Speaker, which we need to note, to provide consumers with competitive prices and product choices. If we can just, the decisions that are made, if our legal representative can just guide us, then that we do not make any decisions contrary to national legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Councillor Campbell, before the MM respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want Councillor Buddha, can he please said what they want? What is the proposal from before I talk on this issue? What is the changes you want to do?
Okay, Councillor Buddha is asking that the okay, Councillor Buddha, let's give the right to Councillor Buddha to state his case.
You want to, I must repeat because.
Yes.
Okay. Listen carefully. Attention. I'm repeating for the third time. I'm saying, when we go there in Kwanonaba, we are going to create what you call places to do business. The preference must be given to the business people. To those people, they are staying there. I make it shorter. Preference must be given to those people, they stay there. Let us say in Ward 1. We look at people in Ward 1 so that we don't want, when we are finished with the containers of the building, we see somebody from Nigeria is selling the belts there. We say, if there is more space after the people of that area are covered, the closer was there. Again, they must be given an opportunity to occupy there, to make this exercise smoothly. Did you hear me?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm asking is
Executive Mayor can.
Okay.
Thank you.
The reason why I'm asked Buddha to say it again, and I want to ask, and I don't think is the case, né? So, if a white person staying in this area, business area, in this area where the whatever is, I don't want this thing then be a racist thing, because what I can say, for example, there's ground in the Almeida where colored people is staying, but there's something coming up in the Almeida where colored people is staying. I don't want people must stay, but this ground or whatever must go. I just want to clear this one is not according to race that Councillor Buddha bring this thing up. I just want to make that this thing must be clear. As I said, I don't think so, but I just want to mention that I don't think it's not about color, this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Your input is noted. Executive Mayor, no, Councillor Buddha, you've had 4-5 times to speak.
No. Madam Speaker, I agree with the proposals, but I also think it, due to the fact that some of the practicalities we must just debate, it doesn't help that we take a wrong decision, then we need to go back. So this needs to be taken up or is in the policy that's referred to, but my suggestion is we support. Let's see how we can benefit the people who needs it most, and also our local people. We also tried to do it back then with a container policy and so forth. But let's have a debate and see what, and our legal people must go and have a look, what can we do, what can we not do. Then we build, or then we rectify the current policy that it's referring to, and then we take that decision. I'm just afraid that we built that in here now, and then it's not completely correct. And then we need to go back, and then this process stands still. We want the thing to develop and be built. So I like the suggestions, but my suggestion is let's keep it as it is. We make a mental note that we need to work this policy that it's referring to, that when the items come back, that the policy is exactly doing what we can within legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Last bite.
Councillor Porter, last bite.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I mean, don't want to be apologetic on the issue of race. I think when we talk about redress, right? Outside of this building, there's a nice poster, the board there with the objectives and where this one municipality sees itself. But discrimination can be read in different ways. You've got discrimination that is almost criminal, but that you also get discrimination that is fair. And it's in that context that I cannot be apologetic when we deal with development and local economic development on a local level. Very much aware that there might be regulations and laws, statutes, whatever you want to call it, on a national level. But I think this council, this municipality, autonomously on its own, it can make decisions as to how are we going to create or do away with the injustices of the past. And it is therefore my view, on the note through you, Speaker, that the mayor has made a point to the director saying he must just see whether it is executionable. This council must make it executionable. If it is in the demand, in the desire, and in line with equity and equality, then that is where we want to be as a municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I'm concluding on this item with all the inputs made. I see the light of the proposer, Councillor Mvumbu.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. My apologies for my voice. I've got a flu. Yes.
Yeah.
Be it as it may, I think my view is it is good for us to have the suggestion from the ANC, but that suggestion, it's supposed to be accommodative in terms of trying to run away from the nepotism that we're talking about from the Patriotic Alliance. I think the recommendation needs to, in fact, the suggestion needs to be more clearer. That is why that question that was coming from a councillor Kamfer from that side, it is because of that reason for him to ask that question. Remember, you are saying that the preference must go to the people of Ward 1. But we haven't talked about the criteria that has been set by the municipality. Second option, we were discussing about the South Africans that need to be accommodated. Now you talk about two things. The Ward people that needs to be accommodated so that they can be the first preference, and the South Africans. I know that comes from a motive behind of trying to run away of prioritizing those that are coming from outside of South Africa because they are dominating. That's the reality. But for us not to fight to one another, from this nepotism that we're talking about, what is it that we are saying in terms of preferring those that we want? Because we're talking about Ward 1 people and we're talking about South Africans. So I think we need to be clear. Otherwise, I'm in support of the suggestion of the ANC for the point number 7 to be accommodated on those recommendations. But we need to be clearer as to, do we talk about South Africans or we talk about people of Ward 1? What if you don't meet the requirements. So those are the things that we need to make sure that we cover so that tomorrow, this nepotism we're talking about, it doesn't come back and bite us.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've exhausted the point. We've totally belabored. I'm not gonna know. Please switch off your light. Please switch off your light, Councillor Mkhonto. I'm not gonna belabor the point.
I was not answered here.
Councillor Mkhonto, can you please switch off your light? Thank you so much. The mayor made a suggestion, all the inputs made valid inputs with reference to the proposal being made in terms of point 7. However, we're gonna come back with this item. Am I correct, Director Venter? And then all the inputs made by the relevant councillors, in particular the request from the ANC, the mayor has requested the legal department to go look at it in order for when this item comes to council with reference to the implementation in terms of the applicants, we will then ensure that all those are captured, Councillor Buddha, and that is what we are then resolving in terms of your inputs, which was absolutely very much valid. So I have it as there's no counter proposal on this item. The inputs and concerns by the councillors, we will then go back to our legal department and Director Venter's department, who will incorporate everything to ensure that when this item served before council, we see to the request in terms of the inputs made by the various councillors. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are then on item E147. The application for the lease of a portion of portion 8 of the farm Reed Valley number 225 Mossel Bay to Cape Karoo International Pty Ltd. We have our discussion and motivation and all the recommendations listed. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I will propose the item as recommended.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Do we have a second for Councillor Botha?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Is there any questions of clarity on the item or counter proposal? I see none. Thank you, councillors. Sorry, Councillor Mkhonto, just put up your mic. There, much better. You may proceed with your question.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. As we already said on previous that we have an item that need to address these things for the next council meeting. So the ANC is still abstained.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to my attention, Councillor Mkhonto. The ANC is indicating they're abstaining from this item for the reasons already provided. No other questions of clarity? None. We then have it minuted as such. Thank you, councillors. We are on page 2191, item E148, proposed amendment of council resolution, elimination of a portion of 6742 Kwanungaba, situated at Mzati Street by means of the tender process. We have the discussion and motivation and also the recommendations listed. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbumbu. Do we have a second for Councillor Mbumbu?
Madam Speaker, I propose, or I second, sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia, for seconding. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposals? I see the light of Councillor Machisini and then Councillor Porter in that order. You may proceed.
Enkosi Speaker, ndiyabulela. Bendicela ubuza Speaker. Umuntu osebenza kamasipala okanye unelungelo na lokuwuthenga umhlaba? Okwesibini, le nantsika le item beyisiwe na kubantu babayiqonde uba le ndawo iyathengiswa okanye kuvele nje kwavela umuntu oyi-1 ngenxa yoba isebenza kamasipala wakwazi ufumana ukuba makathenge lo mhlaba. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marchesini is asking, do we allow for an official of the municipality to purchase land? And did this also then go on public participation? Those are the two questions from the councillor. Councillor Porter, I'll take your questions, then we have the response.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've just got a concern, and the concern comes on for some years now, where I have been involved with people. I mean, assisting people coming to this municipal building where they have interest in a piece of land. That's now way prior me becoming a councillor. Let me put that for the record. What I've experienced is that when, you know, it boils down back to my point that I've raised in terms of redress and previous to the disadvantage and so on and so forth. When a person wants to do business, identify a piece of land and say, this is what I want to do on this piece of land. You approach the municipality, then the municipality says, now nobody had interest in that piece of land as it lay there. But the moment that person comes, he's got this bright idea of business. Then the next thing that is happening, according to the policy of the municipality, is that, but now this land must now go on tender. What does it mean for that person that has got this bright idea of business? Might be a lucrative business, but might be something that can give the economic flow of the municipality an injection, right? It might be a situation where this person that has been previously been disadvantaged now become part of the economic mainstream, which is only fair. But if you go and put that piece of land identified by this person that desired to make business, put that land on tender, you might as well dig a grave for that person when it comes to his mindset wanting to do business. Because what's going to happen? The person that is already economically and financially strong, he has an open ticket to come and tender. And this municipality that is supposed to have a policy in terms of redress will give this land to the highest bidder. Gone are your dreams as a person that is previously disadvantaged. And that for me, under this, our constitutional democracy can never be fair. I think we have to revisit our policies in terms of how we are allocating land to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input, my Councillor Porter. Councillor Mkuntu.
Okay. Okwam. I am the council of that area, ne? Yes. Okwam apha kule meko yinto besoloko siyithetha le nto kuthiwa yi-public participation. Because all open spaces, zonke ezi open spaces zikhoyo phaya, zibhilonga kwi-community yala area. Into babaze neembono zabo before i-individuals. Individuals zingaya in a meeting, ziphakamise loo nto zifuna unasi uba mayenziwe phaya. Sine-meeting besinazo ze-IDP, phofu engahlelanga ngendlela kulaa area yethu. So xa ujonga le meko kwenzeka ngayo, i-unconstitutional. And iyasibetha thina abantu bapha. If bakuzawuqhubekeka ngale ndlela i-open spaces kukho abantu mhlawumbi ubona into yokuba lo mntu lo ukufiphu yena okanye ukwimeko yoku-understanda ii-processes zikamasipala, ave sikabhalele nje umasipala into yakhe ihambe, ibe ezi zabantu ziphakanyisiweyo phaya zingahambeli ndawo. Nditsho nje kule nantsika kulo mhlaba nithetha ngawo, abantu bapha bebefuna igadi baphinde bayiphakamisa kunantsika kwii-inputs esizifakileyo. But le item isaqhubekeka isiza, and before ibiza apha sicela i-proper public participation mayenziwe. Because abantu bethu abekho kwimeko yento yokuba bafunde amaphepha baye abanazidatha. And le nto iyafana nale nto yenzeka apha kwaNonqaba nithi senze ibhizinesi. Abantu kufumanisa imihlaba phaa ithengiselwa abanye abantu. Aba bantu ba-around sithi maku-adreswe i-injustice ye-past abaprioritize. So ndiyacela mna ngaske sizijonge izinto emasizenze.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkhonto. Yes, Executive Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for granting me the opportunity. Speaker, mine is not a question. I would like to make a remark. This item, prior to being in this agenda for this today, came through at least 2 committee meetings. And at that committee meetings, it was the same councillor, Councillor Mkhonto, that said that the ANC will abstain from alienation. He also referred to public participation. Now, Speaker, I can't see how can you preach public participation if you abstain from an item. The other thing is the surrounding neighbors. This is a piece of land in a corner, and the surrounding neighbors. Before the last time that it came to the committees, had to be consulted, and the result of that is that they gave their, I don't want to say permission, but they was fine with the application of the applicant. So I'm just asking my fellow council from the ANC that whenever there's alienation coming up, please be careful from what you abstain. Thank you, Chair Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kutsia.
Madam Speaker, I've got a question for clarity. I presume it's Ward 1 that the councillor represents. Is it Ward 3? 15, Ward 15. So I just want to understand, does Ward 15 have a ward committee? And is it not the role of a councillor to assist in the public participation process?
Thank you for your question. We've had a question of clarity with reference to if an employee, municipal manager, are allowed to participate in terms of buying land. So I just want the MM to respond to that question. You put up your light. Thank you so much. Can we just give the light to the MM? Thank you so much.
Speaker, thank you. It will be unconstitutional if we say a municipal official cannot be allowed to buy land. So yes, and municipal is allowed to buy land. Yeah.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Debola.
No, I already MM.
Okay, you have your, okay. Thank you so much. I want to, yeah, thank you. I just want to conclude in terms of moving forward. Councillor Porter with his second bite.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Mine is because the councillor has made a point, and then there was a then there was a remark. Mine is on the remark. When you look at, how this council and the committees are constructed. Firstly, which is very importantly, this is the decision-making body sitting here today, officially. Council is official. So if I make a decision to abstain in a committee meeting, there's nothing that precludes me from making a different decision in finality in this council. Whether I say I abstain or whether I don't say it. What I'm saying here and what I'm agreeing here to, that is what brings finality to the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. We have a proposer and a seconder. There's no counter proposal. Okay, there's two lights now. Councillor Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur what my colleague is saying on that side. You say in the committee meeting, we are not taking a decision there. We are taking a decision here. So there is nothing wrong if the councillor was just abstaining the council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Machisini, and then you covered Councillor House. Councillor Machisini.
Enkosi Speaker. Ukuba sithi siya-abstaina kwinto akuthethi ukuthi asiyazi into esiyenzayo. Okwesibili, xa uvuma usithi umuntu okumasipala unelungelo lokuthenga okanye lokuba nebhizinesi nomasipala, kutheni thina singavumelekanga xa ngaba nithi loo nto isemthethweni? Ndingenza umzekelo ngezinto ezithengiswayo apha kumasipala, uve ukuthi ikhansila ayivumelekanga uzithenga, kodwa kube i-official kamasipala isebenza kwamasipala ikwazi ukukwenza oko. Enkosi.
Thank you. Thank you for your input, Councillor. Councillor Mkonto, is the position of the ANC to abstain on this item? Or do you have a counter proposal?
The position of the ANC is still the same. We abstain, but for this particular, I think we need I will ask my chief whip to have a caucus because because these things is affecting my area. As I've said in those committee meetings, as he alluded, that I've already said that the public participation. You cannot say we go around. Those people, they are belonging to the what? If you have a space of land or open space, you need to consult the what? Not the neighbors.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonto. The ANC is abstaining. There's no counter proposal. I want to resolve the item. Yes, Councillor Director Venter.
So Speaker, just clarity, this item, it stipulates wherein the proposed decision to council, point 11 there, that in addition to the prescribed public participation process, the council resolution be referred to the ward councillor to bring it under the attention of a ward committee, and that any comments or objections have representation. So it must still go to the ward councillor to do that. Just for clarity.
I want to conclude on the item. The ANC is indicating and they abstaining. I'm not going to grant a caucus. There's no counter proposal. Is there any other position from any other party? Yes, Councillor Porter.
Chairperson, before I give my position, I just want to draw your attention to what is happening here with the ANC. The ANC is giving a 0.7. That thing is being debated, right? After it has been debated.
A 0.7. No, this week. No, you're on the wrong item now, Councillor Porter.
But I think the point that the council is making, that they have deliberated on the matter before they abstain. They want to take a caucus in order to give their position on this one. As for the Patriotic Alliance, we abstain from this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your position, Councillor Mkonto. You will be covered in point 11 of the item. That concludes then item.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Buddha.
The ward councillor is there, is staying there in that ward. You've got a concern about what is happening there. He states that if you go to the public participation, you are not going to the neighbor like when you want to establish a tavern. It's a proper consultation for the whole community. Therefore, we want us to caucus 10 minutes for this item, and then we'll be back to take the position.
5 minutes caucus.
10 minutes.
5 minutes.
I said
caucus. 5 minutes.
We are going to take care.
5 minutes caucus granted to the ANC. Thank you, Councillor.
10 minutes.
5 minutes.
We're going to take 10 minutes.
we're reconvening the council meeting. Thank you, Councillor Kamfer. Councillor Buddha, you jumped up and walked out. I'm assuming you're the one who will be the spokesperson for feedback to the council on your 5-minute caucus. You may proceed. Thank you very much.
I don't understand, Speaker. I jump out.
Please proceed with.
You grant me with the caucus, Speaker.
You disregarded me, and that would have been the last.
That's why I come in 5 minutes, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. You may proceed.
Speaker, thank you very much. In this item, I'm going to, as I said, this is the ward councillor. I'm supposed to be on part on this thing to protect himself. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Mkondo.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Mkuntu.
Mine here. Okay, Mandi, kuba senisi. Mna okokuqala mandiqale apha ngokoluvo okanye opinion ka-municipal manager ngendlela ayibeke ngayo. Benzawucela into yoba ibhalwe phantsi. Okunye illegal nasika a person that is
Mr. Prince.
Yeah. Asincedise apha. Because le into ine constitution phakathi. So bendicela ezo zinto. Okwesibini ndifuna ucacisa le nto kuthiwa abstention I mean. Ndicinga uba mhlawumbi uDeputy Mayor angayiguglisha ayitshekishe uba ithetha ukuthini. Umzekelo apha sithi siya abstain. Ayithethi loo nto into yoba sithathe inxaxheba. But imeko yethu sifuna uba isilence. Asikho for, asikho against. So ndicela akayiguglishe uDeputy Mayor. Then next time xa iphinda and korekicha as abe uneffects.
Thank you very much.
The other thing, our objections must be noted. The objection of the ANC must be noted because it's against the law, 217.
Thank you, Councillor Mkuntu. Should you put off your light, please? Yes, Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of clarity, maybe, Speaker. My understanding is that the municipality has all times adhered to the prescribed public participation process, and that in this instance they have even gone further than the legal requirements. And also, if we read point 2 of the recommendation, we will see that the property being alienated cannot be used for practical reasons for anything other, really. So we just propose that we continue with this item as is, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am concluding. Then with all the inputs, Councillor Tapula, please switch off your light. With all the inputs made by the ward councillor, which is duly noted, and the request then that the legal services support and the with reference to public participation to ensure municipal manager that it's sufficient and adequate. And then also indicating point 11 on the agenda under recommendations in terms of the ward councillor who will be it will be referred to the ward councillor who will definitely have an opportunity, Councillor Mkuntu, and also through your ward committee to also make any further comments and inputs. Am I correct if I have it as such? Thank you very much, colleagues. That then brings us to the conclusion of item E148. We are on page 2197, item E149, the Garden Route International Film Festival 2022 donation. We have our recommendations listed, point 1 to 9. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Is there any questions of clarity or input? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. My only input, Speaker, is I would like to ask that such reports that come to council be a little bit more comprehensive with specifics. For example, the skills development that will be done locally, how specifically will it be done? Because I feel that we will then better be able to hold these companies to account. And then secondly, the report mentions films that have been shot in the location, but doesn't mention specifics. And then, Speaker, I'd like to ask the festival that will be held, will councillors be invited to attend?
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. So there's a question. Will councillors be invited to the festival? And secondly, when these items serve, that there's just more information with reference to specifics. MM, will you respond?
Thank you, Speaker. On the last question, yes, councillors will definitely be invited. I can mention, Speaker, that the organizations has a long relationship with council. They previously ran the Mossel Bay Film office here under agreement with us, and we have open communication with them. As far as more information, we take note of it, Councillor Gous. We will definitely speak to them so that we can bring better quality information to council in future. Yeah. But we are confident that and I think we all agree that this event will definitely be to the benefit of Mossel Bay, to our town. If you see how many international filmmakers will be in Mossel Bay for the period, yeah, we take note.
Thank you very much. Is there any, Councillor Gous, you covered? Thank you very much. Any other questions of clarity? I see no indication. Thank you very much. The item carries unanimously. We are then on item E150, the final 2022/2027 local economic development strategy in front. All right. Yes, we did add a workshop scheduled prior to the council meeting. Councillor Gous, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Speaker. It's more a comment, and I'd like to make use of my 5 minutes. Sorry, colleagues.
You're more than welcome. You have that privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank the administration for an excellently compiled document. It is obviously the product of much research, work, and effort. It's forward-thinking, and I'm impressed with the level of thought that has gone into the document, even going so far as to look ahead to produce roads that make hijacking difficult. However, Speaker, the ACDP has several concerns. The objective of building the local economy is admirable. Unfortunately, much of what is presented in the document will fall in the sphere of unfunded mandates. The raising of these funds will, amongst others, obviously be raised from the residents of Mossel Bay. It is the view of the ACDP that rather than increase the cost of rates and the cost of services, this municipality should rather look at reducing these costs, thereby placing more disposable income in the pockets of residents. Unlike expenditure on infrastructure, which directly puts money in the pockets of companies who employ workers who then purchase goods to complete the projects, expenditure on most of these proposals will not increase disposable income for our residents. The aim should be to increase disposable income so that they have money to spend in the economy. Macroeconomic theory tells us that this increases demand, thereby stimulating the economy and creating employment. This then results in more people having an income from the market, and as they in turn spend their disposable income, this leads to the multiplier effect. In the ACDP view, Speaker, this is the only long-lasting method to stimulate a stagnating economy. Secondly, red tape is repeatedly identified in several documents that have served before this council, and yet this council is the only entity that can effectively reduce such red tape. The ACDP has in the past voted against draconian regulations that stifle entrepreneurship and has refused to support policies and bylaws that make it difficult for people to open new business or expand current ones. This needs to be urgently revised. The ACDP notes that the trade sector is the biggest employer in our town. We also note that the unemployment problem in our town, as is nationwide, a matter of structural unemployment, which means there are employment opportunities, but not sufficiently appropriately skilled workers. The ACDP would like to encourage this municipality to prioritize the development of the necessary skills in consultation with the relevant industries, as noted in the document, Speaker. Also importantly, the ACDP notes the inclusion in this document of a mission statement, amongst which mission number 5 is to promote diversity and freedom through an open society. Speaker, this is an idea first articulated by the philosopher Karl Popper and furthered all across the world by George Soros, the founder of the Open Society Foundation. Speaker, this is thus a political term, and the ACDP notes that this is the DA goal and is stated as such in the Western Cape government document of the same name. It is noted that the policies contained therein reflect the core values of the DA. And Speaker, the ACDP does not share these values, and I'm convinced that such poor policy is what leads to poor outcomes. My concern in accepting this document, Speaker, is that at a later date, the implementation of this document will be subject to the promotion of this open society. So, Speaker, in light of the above, please note the following. The ACDP would like it minuted that we oppose the implementation of an open society agenda. And secondly, while we applaud the compilation of the LED document, unfortunately, we will not be able to accept it with a full support and endorsement, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, for your presentation made, your input. It is noted as such, and we will also minute it as requested. Yes, Councillor Machesini.
Enkosi Speaker. Mna besizawucela uba phaa kwi-recommendations ezenziweyo le local economic development strategy mayilokwe ijongwa ngoba yinto ende ehamba ne-IDP. Mayilokwe ngonyaka ijongwe uba isehambisana neemfuno zabantu ngoba enye into esiyibonileyo thina apha, abantu abaninzi abakwibhizinesi abekho involved kule nto, abafakwanga. Ke ngoku mayibavumele kangaba sizaloko siyijonga baze bavumeleke uba bazifake izinto zabo. Enkosi, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machesini is asking that, or wants, yeah, is requesting that the strategy be revised annually. Director Venter. Perhaps you would like to comment with Councillor Machesini, your light, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. Director Venter.
Speaker, yeah, the document is, of course, it's a 5-year plan or a strategy, but the implementation plan is something that we will work on now after should council accept the document. And the implementation plan, I think, is the more appropriate one in terms of implementation. It needs to be reviewed and looked at annually. And that, as stated in the last point, that will be done, of course, through the IDP and the budget process as well, with the respective performance measurements happening in that regard. So it's well noted that I think that's the intention, actually, perhaps not stipulated as such.
Thank you for that clarity and your response. Executive Mayor. Are you comfortable? Okay, thank you very much. So we have Councillor Machesini, you covered through the response of the director. in terms of the revision annually and that it be done through the IDP process. Good, thank you so much. And then Councillor Gous, we have your comments noted. We then conclude on item E150. On page 2212, we are on item E151, the Startup Tribe Entrepreneurial Academy. We have our recommendations listed, 1 to 5. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Speaker, yes, I'm proud to propose or carry this item in. Yeah, we're thankful for the opportunity that we can use this network in our town. So it's been uploaded on our municipal site as well, and all entrepreneurs can get hold of the information from there. And like I've mentioned, all the courses are free, and at this stage also low bandwidth use. So yeah, hopefully our youth and entrepreneurs will use this to their effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, who's proudly proposing this item for approval. Do we have a seconder for the Mayor?
I gladly second it.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal on this item? Councillor Buddha?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor alluded in his speech about this academy. Madam Speaker, it's the first time I saw this thing. And then although we are going to, the people that are going to go through free of charge. So now we're supposed to sign the memorandum of understanding. And then don't you think it's wise just to make a presentation about this thing so that we know exactly what is cooking up in this thing?
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha is requesting a presentation so that councillors are also up to date as to what specifically the function or the service will be of the Academy, Executive Mayor. Director Venter, do you think that request we can attend to?
I mean, it's a request from council, so we'll discuss it with a service provider, then come back to council. I can't speak on behalf of him, but in the conversations we had with him, I'm sure that he will be actually glad to do that.
Absolutely. Mayor, are you comfortable? Good. It will give councillors an opportunity to also spread the word or to promote it in terms of the service that it will render to support our entrepreneurs. Thank you very much, Director Venter. I see no counter proposal. The item carries unanimously. We are then on item E152, the housing selection policy revision for April 2022. Our recommendations, points 1 and 2. Do we have a proposal?
I propose the item, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Claassen. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Claassen?
I will second it, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bavuma. Do we have any questions of clarity?
Speaker?
Councillor Gous, Councillor Porter, Councillor Buddha, Councillor Mkuntu, in that order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP would just like to note that we welcome point 8 in the document, the addition, which entails the public making of beneficiaries' names. I would like to just query why that decision would be referred to the Portfolio Committee and the names published only after consultation with the Portfolio Committee. If this is a policy document, surely we should have a set policy that we follow regardless. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Your question is noted. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to take you to page 233 of this item. And in the conclusion, the second sentence there, the beneficiary selection process will be more transparent. Emphasis, more transparent with less comeback. Then I want to take you on that one. I want to take you exactly a year ago. The ACDP brought at that time a motion of exigency. for a audit on the waiting list. Then there was a process, and that audit, I think if my memory serves me correct, the mayor indicated that within 3 days there was an audit, which buggers my mind at the time. But be that as it may, this sentence that I've just read gives me an indication that the process will now be more transparent. So it then gives me also then an idea that there was really a need for an audit at a time. Just take me to the other page. Just bear with me, speaker. Because then, in terms of this item, I think there's 3 questions. One, is the beneficiaries of the Mountain View housing concluded? That's one question. 2, how has the housing beneficiaries been identified and concluded if this needs to be revised only now? All right. Who are the beneficiaries for the Mountain View housing project? And I think the point that Councillor Gous has made just now in terms of the beneficiaries that will be made public, that will assist in that question. And then there's a remark where I'm saying that we need to have a look into who are the beneficiaries. It's all in one pot. These are my concerns. These are my questions. And as far as this one is concerned, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. What we
A
have
point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Webb.
The questions are not relevant to the item as before council. The item is just the policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. I was about to indicate that to Councillor Porter. We don't have the Mountain View or any other project in front of us. It's the policy. But thank you very much for your questions. I am going to ask Director Venter to respond, also with reference to the question from Councillor Gous. But I see the light of Councillor Buddha. Councillor Buddha, do you want to ask your question before the director responds, and he can respond to everything?
Yes, can I
Okay.
ask it?
All right, you may
Thank you.
proceed.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know, I'm anxious when I saw this policy. I did to read it. We did to find it in the committees. Yeah, this policy. But Madam Speaker, I want just to come in my mind. You see, in the national policy of housing, when you are giving the people the housing, we say just if you earn 3,500 downwards. You say if you will never receive a house in the 9 provinces of South Africa, and then if you've got 18 years barcoded ID, then you qualify. Just simple as that. Now this policy, one day we were asking to the director, when here in Joslavo, this municipality is losing a lot of money because there are empty houses there. And then there's a red tape, they say, no, they've got 30, they've got 39, they've got 38. We don't want underage. They said, what we call the policies for the province only. When we ask, does the policy of municipality, can it contradict with the national one? We didn't find the answer that time. Now we want to see this policy, whether what is different from the national policy of giving the people the housing. Did you find the question?
Thank you for your question. Councillor Kanfer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, before the director answer, I write a motion Monday, also around housing issues around Mossel Bay, but it was too late. So it will coming up the next council meeting. Through you to Director Venter, You know the problem that that the COSA is sitting with for the past years is that when people getting a house, like the new houses now, you find tomorrow that the people who must stay there is not there. They are not in the either they hire the house out, or you see there's a Nigerian shop in the house, and now what we say is there something or that the municipality can bring in if the municipality find out Director Venter, that they can go to this house and these people who didn't belong in this house, to remove these people. And you know what, Madam Speaker, luckily in the newspaper the next day, the Minister of Housing in the Western Cape write the same article about what will happen now, and he will make sure that people selling their houses, I think the criteria must be 8 years, Director. After you can just sell your house or whatever after 8 years. But in the meantime, there's people on the waiting list who wait and wait and wait and wait while other people selling their houses. I just want to know through you is there something that we can really do on this issue? Because it's a headache, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kamfer. Yes, your motion was received. It will definitely form part of next council because it was not in the time frame. Director Venter,
I want to respond. Yeah.
No, Councillor Buddha, please switch off your light.
Madam Speaker.
Director Venter will respond to everything.
After
you can't respond to Councillor Kamfer. Thank you, Councillor Buddha.
Just a matter on why we've included the portfolio chairperson. It's just that the dynamics is so different between the various projects that we felt that it's proposed to council that don't just leave it to an administration decision when to make it must be made available. I think that's not arguable. It's just at what stage in the development. We've got so many experiences. For instance, with the Sonskyn Valley project, everybody knew from the onset who's going to get a house without the list even being made public. But with Mountain View, it's so different because there's so many different communities benefiting from all over that we had to follow this process. So it's not to make it available, it's just at what stage. And the administration just want to sort of advise we felt the portfolio chair who is responsible to the rest of the councillors in terms of this is the best place to do it. And then secondly, the policy is in line with the national and the provincial criteria. The unhappiness, and we are aware of that, is the fact that the provincial department has very specific criteria in terms of age. We may not deviate from that, but it's not in contradiction to the national policy. It's just that they are a bit more specific, and we have to adopt those specifics also in our policy, because otherwise we will not get any approval as the beneficiaries are being approved for a provincial department.
Thank you very much, Director Venter. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Answer my
question. My floor is mine. My floor is mine. I'm sorry. Let me.
Can we just have order, please? Councillor Kamfer, thanks. I'll get back to that now. Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just refreshing my memory. I never saw an RDP house in Tarka, where he resides. In the case of Joslov or Lutuli and whatsoever, I was asking the same question. Why, when we give a beneficiary a house, tomorrow, maybe 2 days, and then you see somebody else? But the answer was simple. No, I'm working in Saldanha Bay. I'm not going to eat a house. So if I'm sitting here, hungry stomach, what I'm going to do? And then now, since these people, when they receive houses, they receive even the letter of happiness. They also sign what we call a title deed, which means it's their houses. They can do whatever they do. I do see time and again the ICOSA people go down in Asazan, take photos and say, look, Nigerian, we want the houses. Every time they go there, no, you must ask me, I'm a councillor there. As I said, if somebody is staying there, if somebody is staying there, say, okay, for time being, I'm going just to work in George, so keep this house. We have nothing to do because this person has got a title deed, ownership of that house. You can do nothing about that. That is why we sign title deed, letter of happiness, that people is happy. That is the case. You see, if you are talking about George Love. So in case of, I don't find the answer, Mr. Director Fanta, when you are saying is not contradicting this policy of municipality with the nice now. I keep on correcting you. We are confusing our kids when we are saying the MEC, Member of Executive Council, is a minister. You are confusing us. Ministers are nice now, and then they are MEC in this side. Can you take in your head that from now onwards? Elderman, Cliffy Bayman, they are MECs, these people this side. They are staying in South Africa, one South Africa. One South Africa.
Yes,
Wonderful.
Council Work. Colleagues, can we just have
Madam Speaker.
Is the council work? Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Please in future do not do that again. I'll appreciate that. Yes. You speak through the speaker when you wishes to address somebody. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porter, Director Venter has indicated that there's regulations and what we have in front of us and this policy is also in line with the national regulations. And therefore we have this policy with the 2 points, one and the 2 bullets, 1 and 2, and moving forward, that will be then how we will, Councillor Kamfer, how we will then also be able to manage our housing projects. You're speaking to what has happened in the past, and what we have in front of us is also to address that because it was a loophole. So yes, Councillor.
Speaker.
Councillor Porter, your point of order. Can Councillor Porter have the mic for his point of order?
Speaker, if the WOP have addressed this council in respect of the rules of order, then that is where my point comes in.
What is your point of order
Because
in terms of the rules?
the WOP addressed the councillor in question directly and not through you. He took his whip, he hit, and he needs to be hit back. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Buddha, I should have addressed it through you.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to respond to Councillor Porter.
Councillor Kamfer, now can we just get order, please?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, so colleagues, when you call a point of order, please indicate speaker, and then you can look at me, and then you speak to the issue at hand. So the council whip, Councillor Porter looked at Councillor Kamfer and he addressed him. That was not correct. You absolutely correct. Colleagues, do we have a counter proposal with reference to no, Councillor Porter? Sorry, Councillor Kamfer. No, just switch off your light, please. Switch off your light.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Kutsia, you did not have an opportunity to speak. You may proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would just like to state that this is a DA-run province, and this is also a DA-led council. So we will implement the DA policies as are structured, and that the mandate we have received from. Can you please protect me, Speaker? Madam Speaker, can you please protect me?
Sorry, colleagues, can we just have order, please, Councillor? Ja, asseblief man. Councillor Kutsia, thank you very much. Can you switch off your light?
Doesn't mean the police are for the ANC, the constitution.
Councillor Buddha.
No,
Madam Speaker, can you please protect me?
Councillor Buddha, you're totally out of order. Can you sit down? No. Can you sit down? Don't do that again. It's the second time today that you're jumping up and just doing as you please. No, there's not a circus, and don't make this council chamber to be one. Councillor Comfort, please. Councillor Kutsia, thank you for your input. Can you switch off your light, please? Can you switch off your light?
Well, I just wanted to.
Can you switch off your light, Councillor Kutsia? Thank you so much. Colleagues, do we have a counter proposal under item E152?
Speaker.
Councillor Kuntu?
No, Speaker, there was a statement on that side. We need to attend that one, firstly.
There was no point of order called. No, after I've already concluded and dealt with it. Thank you, colleagues. No, I'm not protecting. I'm making a ruling, and the ruling of the speaker is final. Please, thank you very much.
But Speaker, you cannot continue with this.
Do we have a counter proposal on item E152? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
There's an ANC are going to abstain.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Is there any other? ICOSA, thank you, administration. We're noting the ANC. We're noting ICOSA.
And so for the PA.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kamfer, asseblief man, is mos nou asseblief. Is mos nou groot. We are on page 2215, item E153, review of ward committee stipend. We have our recommendations, point 1 and 2 on page 2217. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, despite the budgetary constraints, it's a pleasure to propose this one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Do we have a second for Councillor Leroux?
You do have, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Is there any questions of clarity on this item or any input? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can just get clarity, am I understanding the item correctly that we're actually reducing the stipend from the previous financial year? So previously it was 452 Rand, increased with 80 Rand from 372 Rand. And now we're increasing with 54 Rand to 426. So it's a reduction of the stipend amount, if I'm understanding the item correctly.
Thank you for your question. MM or CFO? Thank you, MM.
Yeah, no, the council is correct, Chairperson, Speaker. We must bear into account that the previous ward committee were in the seats for 5 years. This is a new term, and we are dependent on the grant that we receive from province. That determines how much we can pay them. It's out of the grant fund that we do pay them. Yeah. If we could have paid them more, it would have been good, but unfortunately, we only get that grant, and that's what we bring to council. I think we also cut some other things out, CFO, in order to give them that more than 10% more than the previous of 372. Yeah.
Thanks, MM. Can either the finance chair or the CFO just provide clarity, because yeah, if we look at the stipend, then recommendation to council point 1 is saying that the monthly ward committee stipend be increased with 5.4 to 4.26 from effect of 1st July. So the question then is, are we giving an increase or is it a reduction?
Speaker, if I may, if we just look further back in the documents at the beginning of the document, I did actually refer this question in the committee, but I never got a proper reply on it.
Thank you very
Chair.
much,
Speaker.
Councillor Gous. I'm trying to attend to it now because it's just so that we all can be clear. MM?
Yeah, Speaker, no, it sounds a bit confusing, but as I've mentioned, the previous ward committee were there for a full term and they received the 372. Towards the end of the term, we saw that there might be some savings, and that's the reason why we took a decision to increase the stipend. The original amount that we should pay them is actually 372. But for this new term, Speaker, we found that, and you put a lot of effort into it, Speaker, we had a lot of meetings that we could actually afford to give them more than 10% increase for the new term. Because the 372, it's been there for many years. And that is where we're coming from. Yeah. So the previous term was just for a short period that they received the 80 rand more. But this is a different term. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarity, MM, because I was a bit now kriebelrag so. Because correctly, as you've indicated, Councillor Gous, I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to attend to this because I, as a third term councillor, I'm well aware of where we were. So, and yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. I think if the clarity can then just be that the increase has been from a previous amount and not from the, is it 452? Yeah. It does state that in the item, it does say from 426, or where am I now, increased with 54 rand to 426. But as I say, it's ambiguous because of the first part of the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MM. The item then carries unanimously. We are on page 2218, item E154, Mossel Bay Municipality, Colosseum Hotel Management, Relief Measures, Settlement Agreement. We have our recommendations listed, point 1 to 3. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions of clarity? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You see this one, same applies as you said. Let us make a settlement with the poor. And here also we don't have a problem. You see this item, we don't have a problem with the settlement. Same applies as the poor outside and then entitled.
Thank you very much. Your point is well taken. The ANC is not against the item. Is there any other questions? Councillor Porter and then Councillor Gous in that order. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. On the same wave as the ANC, our concern is the consistent application of a rule. If we are writing off in a form of a settlement an amount of over 203 million rand for a well-established business, let us do so also for the BIs that didn't have any monies to raise through COVID. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Porter. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP would like to abstain on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ACDP is abstaining, noting the comment from the PA. ICOSA is also abstaining. No, any other input? Councillor Gous, may I ask you to please switch off?
I'm not.
Thank you so much. Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, we will also abstain from this item.
Thank you very much. We then have ICOSA, the ACDP and the Freedom Front abstaining. Patriotic Alliance. Can we have the light? You indicating that you're also abstaining.
Yes, in line with what I.
Thank you very much. Councillor
Madam Speaker, if you don't mind me just correcting my colleague from across the wall, he mentioned that we're writing off 200 million rand. Unfortunately, that's not quite right. It's considerably less than that. Let me just look here. It's actually less. There's a debt agreement. There's a settlement agreement. They're actually paying us. Yeah, it's about. Yes. Yes, but they are basically paying this. This is not a write-off. We're not writing this off. This money is a settlement agreement. They're going to pay it back. That's the difference. We're actually getting this revenue in. The money that we're actually writing off. Yes, it's basically, it's 50,000 Rand for 6 months. No, 3 months, 4 months. April, May, June, July, August, 5 months that
Thank
we're
you.
writing off.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Furness, for the clarity. We also understand the item as is. We noting the Freedom Front abstaining, the PA, the ACDP, and the COSA. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your input, comments made. We are then on item E155 of the agenda, cognizance on way forward on preferential procurement policy framework act, bullets 1 and 2 listed as our recommendations on page 2239. Yes, councillors, it's 1 o'clock. It has been a long morning. Can we just please be comfortable? We almost at the end. Can I ask for a proposal on item E155, Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposals on this item on E155? There are no questions. Thank you very much. The item carries unanimously. We are then on page 2288, item E156, Garden Route District Municipality Regional Landfill Site. We have our recommendations listed, points 1 and 2. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Alderman Boyson. Do we have a seconder for Alderman Boyson?
Madam Speaker, I'll second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal on the landfill site item? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once upon, we were told that in the Bavaya emails that the landfill here in Petro is going to be closed, and then we must told our community that was on Wednesday where the rubbish was taken away. They must not take the rubbish outside and so on and so on. And then later on, no, it didn't happen. We saw the truck, and then we want to make sure how far is this thing, this landfill, because it was going to be closed here. Then we don't have a place to throw the rubbish.
Thank you very much. The progress on the landfill site, Director Elise Nel, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, the Petro SA landfill site that we are currently using is still in operation, and at this stage we have in writing confirmation that it will be available until February 2023, so it is until next year. The regional landfill site, the new one that's being developed, if the worst case scenario timelines will be June 2023, so there might be a few months, 2 or 3 months, that that the current landfill site will not be available. We have already engaged with Petro SA in that regard, and we have a plan B in place if that do happen. But for now, we do not have to worry that we will not have a place to dump.
Thank you very much, Director Nel, for your clarity provided. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Campo? No. Okay. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. We are on this point of dumping sites. Speaker, we have a serious problem in terms of the dumping site opposite your Civic Park, Highway Park. We are not talking as a council around that concern. It's an annual thing, and there's chemical health risks and hazards that is going there.
Thank you.
Our babies, our elders are under tremendous risks with those fires. It is our proposal to this council that we also move that site completely. There must be land somewhere to move those, what is it, what do you call it? Rubbish, to a space where there's no interference with the health of our people.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. The item in front of us is the landfill site. The issue around the complaint that you're raising has also been brought to the attention of the management, and there has been some meetings in terms of looking at intervention to address that. I am well aware because I did a site visit there personally, and I brought that item to the relevant executive in terms of looking at what you're raising. Thank you very much. There's no counter proposal on the item of the landfill site. We then conclude with that item unanimously. We are then at item E157, and I am giving opportunity for councillors Porter and Apula to just excuse themselves. Thank you so much, councillors. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then at item E157, alleged breach of code of conduct, arrears, rates and charges. Our recommendations, point 1 and 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I have a proposal in this regard, please?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder?
I will second it, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bavuma. Is there any questions of clarity or counter proposal? None. Thank you very much. The item unanimously carried. Can we have our councillors, thank you, Martin, dear. We are then at the last, Councillor Kamfer, yes, I know you're hungry. We at the last 2 items, and then we just have one motion. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes, Councillor. Councillor Buddha. Lunch is on you. Thank you. There we have Councillor Porter. Thank you very much, councillors. We are then at our 2 additional items for the open council meeting. It is item E158, the alienation of Earth 14662, a portion of Earth 9309 situated adjacent to Earth 9308 Roger Street, extension 10, Mossel Bay, JJ Iverson. We have our recommendations listed. Can I have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I would like to propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coetzee. Do we have a second for Councillor Coetzee?
Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. I would like to second the item.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of clarity on the item or counter proposal? None. Thank you so much. Yes, Councillor Mpuntu.
The ANC still maintain the position.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mpuntu. We then note on this item, E158, that the ANC is abstaining from the item. We are then at the last item, and we ask Councillor Furness to excuse himself. Item E159, the proposed alienation of a portion of Earth 2573 Mossel Bay, situated adjacent to Earth 3283 Mossel Bay, Rudy Barnard Street in Mossel Bay for MSCM Simon. We have our recommendations listed. Can I please ask for a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I propose this item.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Do we have a second for Councillor Coetzee?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm supporting the proposal.
Thank you very much, Alderman Payman. Do we have any questions of clarity? Yes,
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Buda.
Speaker. Madam Speaker. We abstain in this item. As you know, that we're supposed to have a huge meeting with the director in terms of the land, selling of land and so on and so on.
Thank you very much. We're then noting that the ANC is abstaining from item E159. Councillor Porter.
And so do we.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. It is then noted by administration that the Patriotic Alliance is also abstaining. That concludes the council items. We then have the motion by Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 57 of the Rules of Order, I would like to bring a motion of exigency, and this motion is with regards to the recall of a councillor as a representative to the District Council. And I move that this motion, to which attention has been directed, be considered forthwith as a matter of exigency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Do you have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second it.
Thank you very much. Counter proposal for. Any other counter proposals? None. You may proceed, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this motion is for Council to recall Councillor Anku Barker as a representative to the District Municipal Council. The background is, in terms of Council Resolution E289, in brackets II-11 of 2021, a list of representatives were appointed to serve on the District Municipal Council after the prescribed calculations were explained and thereafter done by the municipal electional officer, who at the time was Mr. E. Jantjies. After the first 6 months of council's term, it was identified that the revision of duties in council is required for the further optimized functioning thereof. Now, in terms of these rules, when a councillor is recalled, it will create a vacancy on the list as described in point 1 above. Such a vacancy needs to be declared by the electoral officer before another councillor may thereafter be deployed as a representative by council. The recommendations are therefore that Councillor Anku Barker be recalled as representative in the District Municipal Council, that the municipal manager inform the electoral officer accordingly within 7 days as date of council resolution, and that the District Municipal Council be informed accordingly by the municipal manager. I submit this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Can we get a seconder for that proposal? Can we have the light there?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Is there any question of clarity or counter proposal?
Madam Speaker, it's interesting. We want 5 minutes caucus, the ANC.
5 minutes caucus be granted to the ANC. you very much, colleagues. We reconvening. Thank you so much. We still have Councillor Annie Janse van Rensburg online, joining via Teams. The ANC has called for a caucus. I would like to give opportunity, Councillor Buddha, for you to address council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're just thinking about what is the reason of recalling this councillor. Is this based on evaluation of the councillors? Or did you hear on the other side what's happening so that we can take a sober decision? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Porter.
Speaker, if my memory serves me well, the councillors deployed to the district has been concluded here. Right? It was a council decision, though the DA have put their candidates there. But this council decided on record that they should go, whoever they are. It is on that note, Speaker, that the Patriotic Alliance would want to know what are the reasons for the councillor that this council have endorsed to serve, representing our constituency in that district municipality, and also how is the councillor going to be replaced if it is a replacement that actually informs the decision to recall the councillor?
Thank you.
I might have a follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions, Councillor Buddha Porter. Council Whip. Can we have a light?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As alluded to when I brought the motion, this is for a revision of duties and distribution of duties for the further optimized functioning of our council. Now, the reason is not because of any legal or work-related issues. It's just an internal rearrangement from the DA side. If anybody wishes further information, they are welcome to join the DA and then also join our caucus at the next election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Council Whip. Do we have a counter proposal on what has been put forward? Councillor Porter, second bite.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe I was asleep. My apology for if that is the case. I note that Councillor Barker is not here. If I've missed it, forgive me for that. But has there been an apology for?
At the beginning of the meeting.
And the absence has got nothing to do with this.
No, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Porter. Okay. Is there any counter proposal? Yes, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we heard what the whip is saying. No, I never joined the DA. You say we must join the DA. No, we can't join the DA. No, it is your baby, so we abstain. It's your baby.
Thank you very much. We then have the ANC who abstains. There's no counter proposal. Councillor Porter.
Before I abstain, there was a two-way question in terms of the process, which I haven't been comfortable with.
In terms of, yes, you ask, who will be the replacement?
Yes.
And the process thereof. Thanks, Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will explain as I understand it, Councillor Porter, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor.
You may proceed.
What will happen now is, as I've stated in the motion, the matter will be referred to the electoral officer by the municipal manager. A vacancy will be declared. The electoral officer will thereafter engage in the prescribed manner. I think this would be in terms of Section 27E of the Structures Act, which refers to item 23 of Schedule 2, which refers to item 11, which refers to item 13. So that process will be followed. as legislatively prescribed. Thereafter, once the vacancy is declared, it will be for this council then and to deploy another representative. That's how I understand, Councillor Porter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity provided. Yes, Councillor Mkuntu.
I just have a question. I don't know whether I'll be wrong, but I believe that councillor was deployed by this council, not by the party. If that councillor was deployed in the district by this council, not the party, we should be having a process of recalling that council.
That's why.
And that process must be initiated by not the party, by the process of this council, according to the act.
Councillor Mkuntu, thank you. That's why the motion is serving before the council. You are correct, because this council must take the decision. And
Sorry, there's something that I forget to answer. We only have one side here. Even if the motion is not, we never get the other side of the person that is deployed.
Madam Speaker, just a question of clarity. Is the ANC abstaining, or are they continuing to further consider this matter, or can we proceed to a vote, please, if required?
If the ANC is abstaining and there's no counter proposal, then I'm going to put it to vote. I just want to know, Councillor Porter, what's your position? Are you covered by your questions? You haven't indicated that you're abstaining, but I am going to put it to vote.
Speaker, there was a question as to who will be the replacement, but I think the WHIP has indicated that it's going to process. It's a process that goes through the other institutions coming back to this council, and I think it's a delaying answer, but I'm covered.
Thank you very much.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor.
If you may just note the ACDP abstention, thank you.
Thank you very much. The ACDP.
And so do we.
The Patriotic Alliance. So we have the ANC who's abstaining, the Patriotic Alliance, and the ICDP. Any other? Thank you very much. Mr. Prince is indicating that there's no need for us to vote. This concludes then the matter. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you.